How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? A very good morning to you. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to our Friday show. Oi oi, that's a good start in the morning, isn't it? Hey, oi oi to you. Here's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Welcome to the show. Another day, another Friday here at RAF Lakenheath. Another show for the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing, the only United States Air Force wing with a name, the Statue of Liberty Wing. Oh yeah. And we're joined naturally by our boss, squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted's excited. Although it's not our last show of the week, we are at Coningsby tomorrow, for those wondering where we are tomorrow. So we do have one more show to go. It's been a great week, finishing off the top end from Sunday's magic at RAF Cosford Air Show, which was absolutely fantastic. Thanks to everyone who voted for their favourite display, which I'm pleased to tell you that it was Melanie Astl's extra 300 display. What a talented pilot she is. Welcome to the show, welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and welcome to RAF Lakenheath. Now, you can just about hear the F-15E Strike Eagles spooling in the distance. That's our Pratt & Whitney F100 229 engines making that gorgeous sound. So very shortly we'll be having aircraft, hopefully, fingers crossed, taxiing down the catwalk, as we call it. Welcome to the show. And welcome to sunny Suffolk. Now, the wind has actually calmed down, dare I say that, so that's a nice surprise. It's been certainly very windy, extremely windy for the last few weeks, certainly a good month or so. RAF Lakenheath, home to 4 combat-ready fighter squadrons, the 492nd, the 493rd, the 494th, and the 495th fighter squadrons. The 492nd, nicknamed the Mad Hatters, and locally nicknamed the Bowlers, due to the bowler hats that they wear as part of their headgear. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Their colour is blue. That's the howl of the F-15 engine starting up. We've also got the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers. The Grim Reapers are claimed to have flown the mostest variety of aircraft in their history. Their colour is yellow, although you can't put any colour on their particular aircraft that they fly. They fly the F-35A Lightning. Next up, we've got the 494th Fighter Squadron, who also fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Their colour is red. The finest, meanest, baddest. Oh yeah, bleed red Panthers, make them bleed. And next, we got the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. Their colour's green, but you can't put green on a mean machine like the F-35A. The Valkyries made Lakenheath the first USAFE wing to operate the F-35A. Now we do have a C-130 from Ramstein Herky 659 just holding at the moment. I'm wondering if they're just getting the cables ready or something. It's just holding at the moment. It's due to come here. Hey.
Is that her coming in here?
Should do, yes. Yeah, it's just holding at the moment, for whichever reason, but it is coming here. Yeah, it's just in a holding for whichever reason. Plenty of startups that you can hear. The F-15E Strike Eagle has 2 engines, so each howl that you hear, you'll need to get 2 to make 1 aircraft, if that makes sense. So each howl that you hear, that's 1 engine. The F-15s have 2 engines, so you'll need to have a slight bit of maths there. 2 equals 1 aircraft. Just in case, because the F-35 has only the 1 engine, which is the huge turbofan, and it is huge. It is the Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100 variant, and it's massive. Sounds like a busy time on the at the hangars there. Sounding very good, very promising for F-15E Strike Eagle movement today.
I was just going to say the same thing. We were thinking the same thing.
RAF Lakenheath was built in 1940 as a Royal Air Force station for Bomber Command. It was indeed a bomber station. Before being built, the vicinity, the airfield, was actually a decoy airfield, a fake runway, so to speak, or a fake airfield, or a decoy as it was called. K site to Q site. K nighttime, daytime operations, and Q for nighttime. And this served to protect and take all the hits as a pretend RAF Mildenhall, as Mildenhall was built in 1934, as the war started on the 3rd of September 1939, with having Mildenhall and Feltwell not far away, which was opened in 36, operated in 37. Lakenheath's decoy airfield sat in the middle, so they had fake Wellington bombers. That made sense. Why Wellingtons? Well, because Mildenhall actually was operating the Wellington bomber, so it made sense to have exactly the same aircraft here. Made out of plywood, lots of fake hangars, and operating by night. An officer in the buildings switching on the lights to make it look like the real thing. And the decoy airfield of Lakenheath took 5 attacks on separate occasions, meaning that it saved Mildenhall at least 5 times. You can have all the defense you can have, but sometimes simplest, good old prehistoric deception can be just as effective. RAF Lakenheath itself operated as a Royal Air Force station right up to 1948, when the base was hosted and still is by the US Air Force. Okay, so the C-130 just running in now. Should be turning left on finals very shortly. And there it is. Now, RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing is part of the 3rd Air Force. The HQ is where this C-130 is from. Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Not only is it HQ to the United States Air Forces in Europe, it is also the HQ for the United States Air Forces in Africa. The 3rd Air Force, one of the original air forces, predates World War II and has 10 units behind them. Including that is the 100th Air Refuelling Wing at Mildenhall, the 48 Fighter Wing, of course, naturally, the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano Air Base in Italy. They operate the F-16s, of course, and the 56 Rescue Squadron as well, with the HH-60. 501st Combat Support Wing, which are at Mildenhall as well. The Heavy Airlift Wing, based at Papa Air Base in Hungary, operating 3 C-17s. Almost like, feels like we're just finishing off the back end of the of our stream yesterday from Mildenhall, but we are here at Lakenheath. Here we go. Smooth. Look at this, beautiful. What a smooth landing that was. Flawless. That classic iconic sound of the sea. Oh, look at that, coming to a halt like that. Classic sound of a C-130 Hercules.
Yeah, it's from Ramstein. It's from the USAF, based in Ramstein. Yeah.
Ramstein Air Base, Germany. And of course, Ramstein Air Base is still a US Air Force base. And it is the HQ for the 3rd Air Force and the US Air Forces in Europe. And you're watching the Ted Coningsby channel. Don't forget to hit that notification bell button so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos, and of course give us a thumbs up as well. Hit the like button, let's get this stream rolling, and of course do join us, do subscribe. All those 3 things are free to do. Third man in action, the AWC, the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, using a yellow flag this time to scare away the birds. They use various different coloured flags, red, yellow, white, black, depending on what works, they've said to me.
Also the pilots enjoy this. The pilots enjoy that, it's great fun, and they know there are so many and these guys are really, yeah, these small guys I'm feeling very old when I talk to them, because these guys are flying and everything. It's crazy.
And there we go, nice little, nice arrival to start the day off.
Yeah, that's cool.
That Globemaster coming here?
That I don't know. That one, not too sure. There is a C-17 nearby, sort of about to run in between Mildenhall and Lakenheath, so we'll see what we're going to get. It could be coming here. Just keep an eye on that one. keep an eye on that on the C-17. Just about see that in the distance over there. Let's have a little look what it's planning on doing. The gear is down already. Which for me would indicate downwind for runway 28, would I say that? For RAF Mildenhall, but we'll see. Have a little look. Just have a quick look. Yeah, I would say that's going into Mildenhall. Yeah, I'd say so. It's turning now on final for Mildenhall, runway 28 depot. Yeah, with the gear down from there, creating all that drag for it to come all the way here, then I'd say Mildenhall. There it is, turning now for runway 28. Lovely. Just going across our catwalk there. I'll just let that transition across the screens. Okay, so we're just waiting for our aircraft to taxi down the catwalk. So this is not officially called the catwalk here at Lakenheath, but the Ted Coningsby channel have named this part of our TCS vocab. We do have our own language, from flexing to, you know how it is. But officially it's just called a taxiway, by the way, just thought I'd let you know. But we call it the catwalk. The other end, to our right, which we'll show you in a moment, where the F-35s, not always, but sometimes they taxi down the Warrior Walk, named after the Lakenheath Warrior. One of the many remains, human remains dating back to 5th, 6th century in the Anglo-Saxon era, which was once thriving here. Remains of the Lakenheath Warrior can be seen with his horse, shield and all the decorations at Mildenhall Museum. Now that's not the base's museum, it's actually in the town of Mildenhall. And a very warm welcome to you all that tuned in today. The F-15E Strike Eagles, powered by two Pratt & Whitney F100-229 engines. Now they produce 29,000 pounds of thrust each with afterburner. Nice. We're looking forward to not only seeing them, but to also hearing them as well. Morning, all right. Good, thank you. So they should be taxiing out very shortly now. Here we go. I can hear the nozzles sort of changing pitch. Yeah, there you go. So the first F-15A flight dates itself all the way in the early 70s, made its first flight in 1972, and the first flight of the two-seater version, the family version, the F-15B, which was formerly designated as a TF-15A trainer, the first flight was made in July 1973. The first Eagle F-15B was delivered in November 1974, and in January of 1976, the very first Eagle destined for a combat squadron was delivered to the 555th Triple Nickel. Now the single-seater F-15C and the family version F-15D models, they entered the Air Force inventory in the beginning of 1979, and these two new models had the production Eagle package PEP 2000 improvements. This included more pounds and kilos, so 2,000 pounds and 900 kilos of additional internal fuel, provision for carrying external conformal fuel tanks, and increased maximum takeoff weight of up to 68,000 pounds. That's 30,600 kilos. Now the F-15E Strike Eagle actually arrived before the C and D for here at Lakenheath, but the F-15E first delivered to the US Air Force operational units in 1988. The F-15E reached its initial operational capability, IOC, that was on the 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. The F-15E made its first ever flight on the 11th of December 1986. So a good 12 years after the first, sorry, good 14 years after the first flight of the F-15A. Nine years after the introduction of the F-15 in its operational role, on the 13th of September 1985, just after lunchtime, Major Wilbert Doug Pearson pushed the pickle button in the cockpit of his F-15A Eagle, launching a missile high over the Pacific Ocean. Now, he was in a steep vertical climb, just slightly below Mach 1, and his target was a Solwind P-78-1 satellite. Now this satellite is 300 miles above Pearson's aircraft, traveling at 17,500 miles per hour, and the F-15, you got it, it's the only fighter aircraft to shoot down a satellite. So be it, out of space. Amazing. Here we go. The F-15E Strike Eagle also has a very unique aerial victory, so be it a helicopter during the Gulf War. Now, there was a distress call by Special Forces of Iraqi Mi-24 helicopters taking off. They were in dire straits, so they called upon to action, almost like a close air support. And the pilot was going to use a missile, but that locked and jammed. But the other option was to use a GBU bomb, and did. And while airborne, the Mi-24 the F-15 of the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron dropped a GBU, a laser-guided bomb, onto the helicopter, destroying it. It was a GBU-10. A very unusual aerial victory. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Another day at RAF Lakenheath. Now, we usually complete the week here at Lakenheath, but we got one more show to do tomorrow for the week, which will wrap up a really good week of action. Now, the F-15E Strike Eagle, as you can see, has a crew of 2, a weapons systems operator and of course a pilot. It is dual controlled. The weapons systems operator, nicknamed Wizzo or WSO, can actually control the aircraft at the back, but their role is usually selecting weapons, getting locks with the laser, the lantern. Wingspan at 42 foot 9.6 inches, so 2 meters larger or wider, shall we say, than the Eurofighter Typhoon. Length at 63 feet 9.6 inches, it's 19.446 in meters. Sits at 18 foot 6 inches, that's 5.64 meters. And when you think about it, the short Sterling bomber sat at a height of just under 7 meters. Oh. Now, empty weight is 34,600 pounds, or for this F-15E, 38,990 pounds. That's 17,690 kilos. So already quite a substantial amount of weight empty. But it can have a maximum takeoff weight gross at 81,000 pounds. Max speed, Mach 2.5. That's 2.5 times the speed of sound. It's 1,650 miles per hour, or shall we say 2,655 kilometers an hour in new money. Thrust to weight 0.93. So again, heavier aircraft. Although it's got the thrust, it would need to have very little on it to do anything like a performance takeoff. So it's a lot more heavier, or as in a lower thrust to weight than, let's say, the Typhoon or the F-35. One of the things kind of unique to Lakenheath, not unique as a sole operator, but the way we get to see the F-15s having their post-taxi checks done here at what's called an EOR. There are 4 EORs in total, can hold up to 6 aircraft each. There are 2, shall we say, this end at 2-3, so this is the south, and there's one here close to me on the north. And then of course you've got another 2 on the other side, the other end, that's runway 05 EORs south and north. A bit of a delay on the other F-15s joining this lonely F-15 at the moment, but should be expecting to see more. So I've managed to get Ted some flights for this year in I was going to say unusual, but they're not really unusual as a type of aircraft, but something a little bit thinking outside the box for this year. So keep a look out for that. Obviously these things are subject to availability, but I do have some fun flights for Ted. Well, I hope you all enjoyed Cosford Air Show. Our next major event coming up is on the 28th of June for Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day for the Saturday. So we are looking forward to that, and I hope you all enjoyed our coverage of RAF Cosford Air Show. We did raise some money for the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. So thanks to all of you who donated during our stream via the Ted Coningsby Display Awards. Oh yes, and our winner was Melanie Astas. Melanie Asley, I think, Astels. I need to find out how to pronounce her name, bless her. It's not very good of me, is it? But Melanie's extra 300 with 390 points, with our Typhoon display from Reheat 1 runner-up with just 4 points behind. It was an excellent participation from all of you, so a big thank you from all of us. I'll get ready for some fweeps coming up. The fweep is a lot more technical, but it does have a very, very important role in keeping aircraft safety. But it's all down to the convergent exhaust nozzles at the back, so the exhaust nozzles, and there's actually a convergent exhaust nozzle control. Now, these exhaust nozzles, they're a type of nozzle used on jet engines where the cross-sectional area gradually decreases, opens and closes to match the air pressure. So when you are going to whack full throttle afterburners or reheats on, it needs as much air as possible, because as we know, afterburner is done after the compression. Okay, so it's using hot gases, so it opens up to get as much air in there as possible in its separate chamber. So that said, the open and closure leads to an increase in exhaust gas velocity and decrease in pressure. Now, the control of the convergent exhaust nozzles involves adjusting the nozzle's geometry. Now, it's air that's actually, or pneumatic, that is the method to do this. So as the air goes through, it makes a lovely fweep sound. The reason why there's a delay when it opens or closes and it gets to us is because of the distance we are away from the aircraft. We are approximately maybe just over a quarter of a mile away, shall I say. So the control of the convergent exhaust nozzle involves adjusting the geometry, as we've seen, so almost like the petals or the turkey feathers, as it's called sometimes. But this regulates the pressure and the velocity of the exhaust gases. So that said, just to make it all simple, the fweep sound is created and generated when the open and closure of the exhaust nozzles. But the sound is made from the air, and that's all controlled by the convergent exhaust nozzle control. Okay, here we go. They've done all their checks, the ground crew and the crew chief, checking for leaks, cracks, making sure that the ailerons are working, the elevators are working, the exhaust nozzles opening and closing, any security issues with the canopies, that kind of thing. Ted is Scott, mate. Fair play, Barry stayed on. Barry stayed on. Oh yeah. Right, let's see what else we're going to get today then. Can be busy, can be slow. We could get nothing, we could get something, we could get loads, we don't know. It's just one of those things with military aviation. This is the beauty of it. You know, we had a C-130, don't forget, this morning. That was quite nice, wasn't it? Amazing. Now I'd like to say I can still hear F-15 spooling. I think I can, so hopefully we'll get a few more. So a good start to the morning. 2 quick climbs and no beret lost during that, so that was quite a surprise as well. The first one did a local climb, but it still looked very impressive. Now you'll also notice that the afterburners, or afterburner if it's an F-35, they both do this, that the afterburner is turned off just for a few seconds, and this is to allow the gear to retract, because going at speeds like that you can overspeed and not give enough time for the landing gear to retract, which can actually get it stuck and damage it. So they turn it off just really quickly to allow the landing gear to retract going at speeds like that. Speeds reached about 380-ish, depending on the pilot, miles per hour, maintaining height anywhere between 60 and 120 feet before pulling up. So 380 miles per hour, usually they would have just got to the end of the runway, or at least completely cleared it over the approach lights, then pulling up. And this is all due to the fact of thrust to weight ratio. If you're fully loaded, fully fueled, you're going to need to get some speed behind you. But this is all to do with thrust to weight. If you are a heavier aircraft, doesn't matter, you may still have the power, but if you're fully loaded and fully fueled, then you may need to do something like this, like a quick climb. G's pulled 5 to 6. However, if you do this the other way round, put half the amount of fuel, then yes, maybe in about 10 seconds you can then pull up and start accelerating vertically. There is physics behind it. There is obviously the weight that you've got and the velocity that you're going at. So if you were going, basically if you were going 100 miles per hour, I don't even think that's even a takeoff speed for one of these, is it? So you've got to think of it like that. If you were only going 180 miles an hour in a heavy aircraft like an F-15, fully loaded, fully fueled, you ain't going to be able to accelerate into a vertical climb. Whereas a Typhoon, much lighter, with a thrust to weight ratio of 1:1, fully loaded, fully fueled, it's able to do it at just 180 miles per hour. It's able to pull up from 8 seconds, it can pull up 50 to a 60 degree and into a vertical climb, but it can accelerate. This is the thing, because it's lighter and it has the power. So you can do the maths, find out how much you weigh. That's your you know, you get your thrust, what is your power that you're producing, output, and then divide it by, you know, the weight that you're carrying. Makes sense. Like track day cars, Formula 1, it's all to do with weight reduction as well. Plays a major part. AWCU doing some control. Oh, that's all sorted. Wonder what we're going to get today. Is that going to be it for today? Dare I ask? I don't know. Thanks for joining us, everyone. How are we feeling on this lovely Friday morning? Ted's getting excited. I know it's Friday, Ted, but we've still got one more show to do, yeah? I know. Righty72, thank you for upgrading your membership to the Posh Officers Club. We will be pleased. Marnie, thank you for your 23 months membership. He's put nearly green, oi oi everyone, and oi oi to you. Alan Gates, member for 19 months, also part of our fighter squadron. This small channel just still keeps getting bigger and bigger and better. Thank you, and thank you as well, Alan, for the support. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Jimbo Jet Set, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Also joining us is TP Aviation Photography. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. And a high five there. Keefy Boy, thank you very much. Super Chat Friday, oi oi everyone. And oi oi to you, and thank you for the super. Rob Kennard, thank you very much. A high five and a paw pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker at Guards March. Ben Taylor, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Rob Thorpe, who's almost done 2 years with us, who's put oi oi. Oi oi to you, and again, thank you for all those that are members to the channel. Tech Spec, good Friday AM from Austin, Texas. Thank you, Ted, for entertaining the Av Geeks. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Guards March to you from Texas. Nick Knox, Guards March, thank you for your super chat. Guards March to you. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. Steve Rampling, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Nick, high five. Welcome. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Chili Beef, member for 11 months. Great day for a great stream. Thank you very much, Nikos and Ted. And a thank you as well, Guards March. Thanks to all of you who've tuned in. So stay tuned to see what else we're going to get today. Of course, nothing is guaranteed. This is military aviation at its finest. Can actually still hear an F-15 spooling in the distance. I don't know if that's going to equate to anything. Maybe it's just a flexing ground run. We shall see. Get kind of attuned to which aircraft is starting up when you come here. If you are kind of told the difference between the F-15 and the F-35, they do have different sounds. The F-15 has that sort of, that starts up, that howl. The other one, the F-35's engine sounds like a V8 start, like a V8 starting up, really bassy. But they've got different tones once they're spooling. Different squeal, shall we say? Different squeak. No, not quite squealing, but it's a higher pitch tone on the F-15. Actually, correction, I'd say the F-35 has a higher pitch tone, coming to think of it. But again, if you put the two side by side and listen to them, you will then know. Once you hear it once for the first time, you'll know which one's which. Starting up is easy for both. Just when they're both spooling, that's when you just kind of need to know which one's which. go and have a quick cup of tea? Yeah, I'll have a quick cup of tea. Might make more aircraft taxi down. Well, there you go. That's an F-15 starting up. There's the howl. I remembered the key rings. I did remember them. Yes, yeah, I did remember them. First thing I said, Claire, where are they? Sure, no problem at all. Right, how are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just having a quick cup of tea on this fine day. We've got more F-15E Strike Eagles. Again, a little bit different today, isn't it? Normally we get the F-35s and F-15s starting up in close, sometimes together. But today, just F-15s at the minute. A lot of heat haze, but it is quite warm actually. It's a bit misleading with that sort of cooling wind. So when you go into air shows, or even just plane spotting, don't forget to take some sunscreen with you as well. How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator for the show. We do have our squadron leader Ted Coningsby as well, and just anticipating more F-15E Strike Eagles to taxi. I can certainly confirm that that is what you can hear in the background spooling. No sign of the F-35A Lightnings yet. Well, I'll tell you what, it makes a nice change for it to be not as windy. It has just started to pick up, but not like yesterday. Goodness me, yesterday was pretty heavy stuff as far as the wind's concerned. But welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And we are not finished this week yet. We've got one more show tomorrow to do. We'll be at RAF Coningsby, and we'll see what the weather's doing over the weekend and Monday. We'll see how that goes. Of course, the weather does get the final say. We've had 2 quick climbs, 1 local climb and an arrival of a C-130 from and a based Ramstein Air Base C-130 Herky Bird. The 48 Fighter Wing started life out as a group, remember? If you remember in my previous streams when I couldn't work out about World War II, where the 48 Fighter Wing were, well, I was almost right in some ways, but of course the lineage with the squadrons go all the way back to 1941. This is actually true. The 48 Fighter Wing was activated as a wing status later on, in fact in 1952 to be exact. But as a group, hang on a minute, this could get loud. Oi, oi! Yeah, so they activated as a group. It was the first aviation objective. There was a total of around about 54 activations as such. And the 48th were actually the bombardment group light. They had a letter L in brackets, so you could get a H for heavy, D for dive, L for light, etc. They first activated at Hunter Field in Georgia. And that was on the 15th of January 1941, so it was in preparation, and just as well because of course 11 months later in December it was the attacks of Pearl Harbor, and you know, with these activations, you know, between then and the events of December the 7th 1941, this allowed many aircraft and fleets to be formed, many squadrons to be formed, and lots of training to take place. Oi, oi, how you doing? All right? How's it going? Okay?
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good.
I thought I seen your van over there.
Aye.
Was he after? Was he just after one?
Yeah. Is it me, or is there actually genuinely a dead chicken in that?
Yes,
thing?
it is.
Oh man.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
Trying to do approach, but didn't get it.
Yeah, I think Reggie's been.
Reggie's after us. So
Yeah.
just,
Oh dear.
I was going to give it a day and just see how much it can
Yeah, I'm sure the foxes will probably get it tonight or something, isn't it? Probably tried to. Looked like it was trying to pull it through or something. Don't know. Oh dear.
Yes.
Business all right? Yeah, good.
I keep us out of trouble.
Good.
How's the family?
Yeah, great. Yeah, all good, man. You just here for the day?
Aye, we just drove doing and then drive back to base. Left at 3 or something.
Did you? Fair enough. Yeah, you've got. At least there's no traffic, isn't there? So.
Well, that's it. That's it. So, it's not too bad.
That's all right. Yeah, there is. I haven't heard the F-35s yet, unless you've heard any chit chat on there. No, it surprised me. I thought they'd be up first today, but hey, that's how it is. That's how it is. At least it's sunny, I guess. And yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, so I don't know about tomorrow. I didn't even look. Dare I look for tomorrow? Just got. You have to do things one day at a time with this. I don't know when. Yeah, I'm trying to go tomorrow. There are thunderstorms coming. I don't know if it's coming here though. Or it's just... Yeah, it will be all right here today. It's tomorrow that towards the end. It might. I don't know. It's hit and miss, literally. Tomorrow morning, looking a bit. Ugh. Oh yeah. But I guess we do need the rain. I guess we do need it there. I mean, it's silly for me to say that. I've had my fair share. What was it, a year ago or 2 years ago?
I'm sure you said something yesterday. Was it yesterday in rain? Or was it the day before when you got wet?
It just didn't stop 2 years ago. It just didn't stop raining, and it was like, wow, what extreme.
Never happened.
Yeah, that's true. In an ideal world, just rain at night.
Yeah.
And imagine that then, eh? Imagine that. It'd be a... Imagine that. Oh, that was good. Good content. Oh, sounds like they're on the move. Sounds like they're on the move. Just a little different pitch in the compressors. Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, they did. It's ground crew. Yeah. Right, let's see what's going on up there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Good to see you again. See you later, lads. Take care. Enjoy the day. Right, how are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Sounds like they're on the move, doesn't it? And, big shout out to those hay fever sufferers. I hope you're all right. This is that time of year now, isn't it? It's getting worse. So, a guards march for hay fever sufferers there now. I'm not too bad. I get it. I get mine overnight or in the morning. When I get mine strangely. I get little fits in the morning and that's it. Or late, very late at night. But that's it. I don't really, luckily I don't get it during the day, so during the streaming, which would be disastrous, right? There we go. Definitely hear the engine spooling. For those that are new to the terminology, spooling, that's the noise you can hear of the turbines, and they change pitch depending on their speed, shall we say, as they're on the ground as well. It's all the spinning parts basically inside, for those that don't know. All the compressors, the turbines, everything's all spinning. So most, a bit like the Typhoon's engine, the EJ200 engines, the word spool or spooling comes from the components of the sections of moving parts. So if, for example, a twin spool engine, particularly in the context of our EJ200 engine, for example, what we're referring to is the design where the compressor and the turbine sections are split into two independent shafts, each rotating at different speeds. But the beauty here is that the, let's say for example, the high pressure turbine, while that's turning from the kinetic energy produced by the gases from the combustion chamber, so i.e. from the compressed air and fuel mixture as it's combusting, this turns the turbine. So the high pressure turbine is running independently, but it spools or turns and powers the high pressure compressor, and vice versa. The other side, for the low pressure turbine, that powers the low pressure compressor. So very, very clever. How we all doing? Triple Nick, Blocks, Edward Coates, how we all doing? Gucci Man, hope we're all good. Mark Head, the Matronator, how you doing? Hope you're good. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. And I'll just show you my little diagram for those that are interested. Although it's going to be a bit of a challenge. See if I can get away with it. Just to put that into context for those that have never seen a jet engine, well, it's going to be, like I said, a bit of a challenge in this. See if I can do it without losing any pages in the wind, because sadly the wind's picked up a bit. There wasn't any earlier, and then just suddenly we've got let's see if this is going to work. Let's have a look. Ground crew is still out there, so that's a good sign. So for those that are wondering what I was talking about with compressors, again, using compressed air, there is a reason for it, which one, it's more economical. Again, your car engine, motorbike, boats, they need air, they need fuel, and of course, to combust it. Of course, cars use spark plugs. There are sort of starter plugs on aircraft, although just a little more, a bit more like the glow plugs off a diesel engine. But this is your huge turbofan thing, and this is a generic jet engine. It's not unique to the Pratt & Whitney's F100 229 engine, which is applied to the F-15E Strike Eagle. Now, the F-15E Strike Eagle does have, this is our low pressure compressor, this section here, all right? They're big blades, there's stator vanes and blades here, inside here. But what we need to know is that the F100 229 has 3 stages of low pressure compressor. So I've got that bit on there, so we can actually follow that. When you get to the higher pressure, you'll notice that it gets narrower and narrower. The F-15E Strike Eagles PW229s, the F100 229s, have 10 of these. So it's a 13 stage compressor engine, okay? So I am not going to give you a full physics side of things. You don't need to know that. I'm just going to explain it as basic as possible. So the thing is, with engines, they're going to need a lot of air. But the thing is, we need to squeeze that air. Why do they use compressed air? Because this was asked by one of my fans, and it's an absolutely brilliant question. Think of a scuba diver, think how much oxygen are in those tanks. They are compressed. There's a lot, but in a small space. Also, when you're pumping up a bike or a football, you'll notice that it gets very, very hot indeed, okay, from the connections. Now, that gives an indication that compressed air is a lot more combustible. It's a lot more, gives a more of a bang. But the thing is, it's more economical. Why? Because you're getting, think of the scuba diver's air, you're getting more air in a smaller space. Now, the F100 229s squeeze that air, compress the air 24 times. So if you imagine, let's go with 24 cubic centimeters of air, just for argument's sake, it's basically equivalent to 1 centimeter cubed of air. That's amazing. That's squashed it. Any air that bypasses this, that is your bypass. Off the top of my head, can't remember what the bypass is on a 229. Have I written that? Have I written that down? No, I can't remember it. The EJ200 engines on the Typhoon is 0.4. The F-35s are 0.54 to 1. Anyway, but here's what we're going to talk about. So imagine the orange juices in a carton. You know when they say it's got like 50 million oranges squeezed in this 1.5 litre tub, right? So imagine that. So we are now getting a lot more air for our money because we're squeezing it, and it's a lot more combustible. So this is the low pressure compressor. That's a 3 stage on the F100 229. The high pressure on the F100 229 has 10 stages, all right? So I think I've got about 13 here, but I made it generic because you never know, there might actually be this configuration. It squeezes it for that reason. They get narrower and narrower because that's where the compressing is really done, and it's high pressure. So you're really, really pressurizing it down up to 24 times. So once you've passed the compression stage, you've now got all this air squeezed and compressed 24 times to what it was originally. You're then going to take it into the combustion chamber and you mix it up with fuel, which is done with spray nozzles, okay? So this is the combustion chamber. With this combustion in mind, this is where you start to turn your turbines, okay? This blast, this kinetic energy, this reaction turns the turbines. So the high pressure turbine, this is what we said about twin spool, is independent. This high pressure turbine is now powering the high pressure compressor. The low pressure turbine is powering the low pressure compressor. Do you see where this is going now? Now, if you left it at that, you're going to get thrust, okay? Standard. But if you left it like that, it's like your Boeing 747 engine, for example. I don't know what engine they have. It's a Rolls-Royce, I don't know, let's call it a Rolls-Royce Trent or a CFM International from the oh gosh, I lost my words, KC-135. Now we've got a F-15 coming out now. So that's your thrust, okay? How do you get afterburner? Well, it needs a different combustion chamber, its very own section, okay? Remember, afterburn, you're burning something after, that's why it's called that. Reheat, you're reheating something after. You got your spray bars here. Now, because you haven't got compressed air, this is why it's not very economical, because it's got the spray bars and using the hot gases in there. Now you can control the pressure by opening and closing the exhaust nozzles. That's why it opens up on full afterburner to match it, and then it closes it. It gets as much hot gases in there. So this has to be specially insulated because it gets very hot. However, it increases your fuel consumption by 3 times. That's why you get a different chamber here, and it's not very economical, but you get more power. F-16s, for example, burning fuel at a rate of 3,000 litres per minute. Per hour, sorry, 3,000 litres per hour. When you put the afterburner on that engine, it's now 9,000 litres per hour. It's amazing. now. Yeah, apologies, the compressor ratio is 32:1 on the F-15's 229s. I was actually looking at, when I was looking at the Pratt & Whitney F100 engines, I was looking at a different model or a different variant of the F100. Look at that, amazing. It's got the bypass ratio is 0.36, Typhoon 0.4 on the EJ200 engines. Charlie. Here we go, send it! Here we go! So we've still got 3 airborne then, plus this one, that makes it 4. Is that our C-130 Hurdy Bird? Sounds good. So it sounds like we're going to get a C-130 departure as well. Yeah. Sounds like our C-130, doesn't it? Here comes our F-15, nice and quiet. So as the exhaust nozzle opens and closes, you'll get that fweep sound. And that's controlled by the SENC, the Convergent exhaust nozzle control system, which is pneumatic. You see, aircraft that don't fweep use a different type of hydraulics, so non-pneumatic. There's Rodders. You alright, mate? How you doing? Hope you're good, Rod. So yeah, so that oh, you're right. So that so when the Convergent exhaust nozzle control system pushes that air through, it changes the geometry, shall we say, of the exhaust nozzles, so it opens and closes them. Get a lovely, pretty little picture at the back there now. So the new F-15EXs, they use the GE engines, and they use a hydraulics to open and close the exhaust nozzles, but doesn't use pneumatic. So it oh, there's our C-130 over there, just taxiing out. Came in this morning, we managed to catch that on the show. C-130 from Ramstein Air Base, the HQ for the 3rd Air Force, which RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing is under. So the 3rd Air Force, its long history predates World War II, and their purpose summed up by their 3 Ds of the 3rd Air Force: develop, defend and deliver. So develop, airmen and their families are their greatest resource, so they take deliberate actions to develop them as a group and as individuals. They focus on confronting global challenges in support of national defence strategy to defend the country and allies, and through their dedicated efforts they deliver peace to the nation and allies by fostering stability and deterring aggression throughout Europe and Africa. 10 units are the 31st Fighter Wing. They're at Aviano. They also fly the F-16s, the 406th Air Expeditionary Wing, the 48 Fighter Wing, they're here, 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, 86th Airlift Wing, 39th Air Base Wing, 100th Air Refueling Wing, they're at Mildenhall as we know, 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and based at Papa Air Base in Hungary with 3 C-17s, the Heavy Airlift Wing. Should see it on our screens very shortly. She is. bombing aircraft as well. Looks like the air brake is stuck on that one. Bless you. How you doing, man? How you doing? Good to see you, buddy.
How you doing? I can't wait.
Oh, wow, thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. You're wearing that. Yeah. That is really cool. Oh, nice.
I was going to check with you. I know you're always thinking about
But yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah, you too. It was really good to see you, man. All right, man. You take care. But yeah, I'll see you around depot. approach. Although it doesn't help if you walk into your own tripod, Nikos, which I do quite a lot sometimes. It's the handle. Oh dear. Well, you can't handle it. Absolute skills. Oh. This is making up for a quiet day, so trying to remember if this is it as far as F-15s are concerned. I think we've had definitely 2 landing. I've lost track of, we may have 1, but I'm going to just double check. Check if you got any more. Yeah, man, how you doing? All right.
How we doing?
Yeah, good. How's it going? All right. Bit of a quiet one today, but you all good? Yeah. I'm glad to say hello. Oh, how's it been?
All right, I think. So yeah.
It's not appropriate in a good way.
They're good at that. So yeah. It's CA.
Yeah, it's that's fine.
So yeah,
This should be standard around the whole thing. Sorry about that. It's cool. Well, they are amazing. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Anyone that have any online now?
Yeah, quite a lot. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, we don't. They don't. Oh, I love it. Really good. Thank you so
All right,
much.
we'll leave it space. All right.
Yeah. All right. Keep up the good work. Thank you for what you do. Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And then, just going to check if there's one more still out. Just trying to have a little look. Or are they all back? Hope we're all good. I hope you enjoyed those low approaches. Are you off now? Yeah, well, good to see you.
Yeah, you too, mate.
You have a good one, yeah?
I've got the point to the pub. I've got the point to the
Oh, you can't miss that.
See you again, too,
Yeah,
buddy.
good to see you again, both of you. Take care. Right, I'll be right back. We're just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. Right, the plan is cup of tea, quick history, and if we haven't got any movements after the history, then I'll check ATIS, and then that'll do. How's about that for a plan? Be right back. I wonder if that's it. I'm going to check. I'll check if that's it for the day. I had a funny feeling there's one left. Yeah, the one that went out on its own. burgers. Oh. Oh, thank you very much. So we're just going to hang in there just for a little bit and just keep our ears on the ATIS, which is the Automated Terminal Information Service. We'll just see, because that will tell us when the base is closed. I've got a funny feeling there was that one on its own, but I could be wrong. But we'll wait anyway and see how it goes. What I'll do, I'll just have a bit of lunch and then go through the history. Yeah, so what I'll do, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I'm gonna have just a bit of lunch. I'll check the ATIS. If it's still open, I will just go through a little bit of 48 history with you, and then I'll check the ATIS again, and then maybe we'll just call it a day. How's that? Muzz, thank you very much for the super chat. Some extra salmon for Ted, thank you very much. Cards march for you. Thank you very much. Richie B, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Only just realised this. Cheers to the community, you're welcome. Matthew Hayes, cool C130, thank you very much for the super. Guards march. Dave Yearsley, welcome. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, a Guards march. 555 Nick, thank you very much for the super chat. Good morning and a very happy Friday. Just a small token of my appreciation to Nikos and the TCS. Don't ever give up in what you believe and keep it green. Absolutely, always. Charlie Peppers, welcome. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Dieter Gikeri, thank you for being a member for 8 months. So happy I discovered this channel, having fun with reorganised my model kits while watching the stream. TCS rules, thank you very much. Guards March. Nick Knox with 26 months membership. Wow, thank you very much for your support. Scorcher with 22 months. Great channel, great members. Glad to be a part of it. You're welcome. Paul Mayers, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Ginger Bailey, towards some sunblock. You might need it today. Guards March. Thank you very much. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for your super chat. A Guards March to you. Chili Beef member for 11 months. Great day for a great stream. Thanks, Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much. Nick, high five. Guards March. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. So, will this be it? Right, I'm just going to go and have just something to eat really quickly and I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, thank you very much.
That's right. That's right. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was lovely. Wasn't it? I don't know. It's one of those things you've just got to hang in there now.
Yeah.
How long you want to wait. Oh yeah, how you doing? All right. Good, thank you. They're online, but I don't have any on that.
Is that it for today?
Not now.
No?
Not when you got F-35. But literally just started up and just said that.
Okay, you're just about to leave.
No,
That's what I'm going to say. Like,
Good omen.
literally, as soon as you said that, that just booted up. So that is a good sign. So 35s it is.
Get the camera back there.
Better get that back out.
It's an airfield.
Hidden the bag.
Shouldn't know people just stay home. I'm in a car. Put it back in the car. Shouldn't need to, though, should it? Yeah, exactly.
Tie it on that spiky bit that just think that's worse. Tie it to the fence. Blow off with it.
Right, I'm going to get the camera back out.
Yeah, get the camera. They've just booted up, so nice one.
About another hour then.
Yeah, we'll have some more movement now.
That's good. Is that a Starlink kind of thing you got there?
You're right.
Is that a Starlink? It sounds right.
Yeah, it's good.
How much is that a month to get that?
I couldn't tell you because I don't want to. It's yeah. There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So now I don't need to check if they're staying open because we have F-35s that have just started up. Well, let's just hope it's not flexing. Lakenheath weren't going to finish early on us, were they? Nah, never. There we go. Isn't it? Goodness me, you can probably hear that. So F-35As coming up very shortly. So how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So RAF Lakenheath has 2 squadrons operating the F-35A, and it was on the 15th of December 2021 that not only that we welcomed back the 495th after 30 years of being inactive, making their inactivity a total of around 63 years. They became inactive in 1944 and came back in 77, flying the F-111 Aardvark. They were known as the Thundervarks then, and they were the 495th Tactical Fighter Squadron, along with the title that's taken with the wing, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. So with that in mind, when the F-111 Aardvark was retired in 1991 with its last flight, I think it was in 92 to be exact, the 495th became inactive, and they came back on the 15th of December 2021, making not only Lakenheath the very first F-35A operative in the UK, but also made the USAFE wing. It made the 3rd Air Force, that's right, I'm trying to get my World War II out of my head. They made the USAFE, the United States Air Forces in Europe. This was the very first wing to operate the F-35A. A year after that, in 2022, the 493rd became became activated with the F-35A as well. So we've got 2 squadrons, the 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, operating the F-35A, and the Valkyries. Now, they weren't called the Valkyries during their time between 77 and 1991. They were called the Thundervarks, just trying to establish what they were before, back in World War II, or at least during their time in the US, because they didn't actually operate in the European theatre. They were still under a sort of training role, or at least serving in the US. Didn't actually make the European theatre, the 495th. But there we go. So let's have a look at our F-35B. So I've got the B variant here, all right, which we can see at RAF Marham with 809 Squadron, the Naval Air Squadron of the Royal Navy, and also 617 Dambusters, along with 207, the Operational Conversion Unit. Now the A, B and Cs, they are all very, very different. Well, this one's the B variant. It's a bit bigger and heavier because the engine is almost 80% bigger in total. It's massive, due to the fact that not only have you got Pratt & Whitney F-135, it's actually a PW600 variant that sits in the B variant because of the extra Rolls-Royce components to it, the lift system, which sits all the way here. So a standard F-135 sits about here. So from here to here, with, well, if you want to count the just trying to sort out the exhaust nozzle there. So if you think about it from there to there, this one goes all the way out here. I mean, that's almost double the size. It's massive, the PW600. But in the F-35A, it has the F-135 PW100 variant. Okay, so it is a bit different. The performance is a little bit different as far as power is concerned. All 3 main variants are all maximum speed at Mach 1.6. Now the A variant is a 9G pulling machine. Okay, it's got a total thrust with afterburner at 43,000 pound of thrust, compression ratio at 28 to 1, okay, on the A variant. Now the differences are in payload as well. Payload at 18,000 pounds, that's 8160 kilo, that's 8,160 kilograms. It's the same as the C, the payload. The F-35B is different on payload. It's 15,000 pound, okay, so 3,000 pound different on weapons payload. So the A variant is a 9G pulling machine. The B variant, which is the CTOL variant, that can hover. Okay, so we'll start them off. So the A variant, that's your CTOL aircraft, conventional takeoff and landing, okay? 9G pulling airframe. It's just like your F-15 or a Typhoon or an F-16, for example. It's designed as a pure multi-role fighter. The B variant, which is this, okay, that's what's classed as a STOVL. It's a short takeoff, vertical landing. Rolls-Royce had the 50-inch diameter lift fan in there. It's almost like having a helicopter. It's a vertical orientated engine, basically. Best way to explain it is a helicopter. These grills here, that's where the thrust comes out, so you've got downwards thrust pushing down there. These grills, these slats, they move forward and back to allow, when in STOVL mode, to maneuver the aircraft forward and back in a hover. But that's not finished yet. You've also got the auxiliary air intake. If I had nails, I would be able to do this. There we go. And Rolls-Royce there, and you can see, I don't know if you can see the shaft. There's 29,000 pound of shaft horsepower delivered to the lift fan via the F-135 engine. Okay, there's the shaft again, Rolls-Royce. Underneath, we got the Rolls-Royce blue tack, which is optional on the B variant. You've got roll posts here. You can just about see them there, and there's one there. This does your lateral using the bypass air to move it left and right. And at the back, you've got the free BSM. I know it's thrust vectoring, but it's free BSM for a reason, free bearing swivel module. It actually it's split into 3 parts. It can roll into a 45-degree angle so that it can do a short takeoff or straight down for hover mode. Okay, so that's the B variant, although the payload of weapons is 15,000 pound. G rating on the B variant is at 7. It's a plus 7G. The range is less on the B variant at 900 nautical miles, at 1,700 kilometers. The A and the C are a whopping 1,200 nautical miles. Max takeoff weight, again, the A and the C are both 70,000 pounds, that's 31,800. Slightly different in size, the A and the B, but the C variant, the carrier variant, or the CV variant, the Cato bar, that's where it's at. So the length of the A is 51.4 feet, that's 15.7 meters, 51.2 on the F-35B. Now I believe the tail fins, these stabilizers, I've read somewhere they've been shaved. Don't forget the amount of weight on here to have that massive engine, that PW600 engine on there. But here's where it's at, okay? So the wingspan of both the A and the B are exactly the same at 35 feet, at 10.7 meters. That's a wing area of 460 square feet. The A and the B are exactly the same. The wingspan of the F-35C is massive. It's an extra 8 foot, okay? So that's what, 2.4 meters? That's massive, if you think about it. That's 1.2 meters extra out here and here, okay? Now, if you put that into a bit of maths and do a wing area scenario, the wing area is now 668 square feet. That's 62.06 meters squared, as opposed to 460 squared foot, or 42.7.4 meters squared. Now, because of the sheer size, on the C variant, it actually has wing flaps. These don't. The C variant is also has a very different airframe, which I'll explain. The A variant has a boomstick, okay, for air-to-air refueling. The B and the C have the Drogan probe, which is here. Here's the envelope, okay, for the probe. Now here's where it gets a bit fun. Now the C variant is STOVL. It's got a twin axle wheelbase at the front. The nose has 2 wheels to it, and it's strengthened suspension because it's been pulled along by the catapult. The actual airframe has been strengthened because the fact that it's a carrier variant. It's the Cato bar, the CV variant, carrier variant, a 7.5G pulling machine, okay? Now, it's not your standard arrestor hook at the back, okay? The A and the A has an arrestor hook, the B does not, but the C has a special one because of the pressures and the stresses that's caused by the carrier when it catches it, all right? On that, on the bar, on the arrestor cable, on the carriers, so it's a bit different. But like I said, they are all different. Empty weight is interesting. So the F-35C is the heaviest because of the strengthened airframe and the size of it, okay? So let's explain. So you've got around 28,999, let's call it 29,000 pound of empty weight on the A. the B variant, which is this, is £32,472. Okay, so in new money, that's 13,154 kilos on the A, 14,729 kilos on the B. These are empty weights, but on the colossal C variant, it is a whopping 34,581 pounds. That's 15,686 kilos. Why? Like I said, because the airframes for any carrier variant needs to be strengthened. You can't just have a standard aircraft. You try to land an F-15, I suppose, I've always said this, in an emergency and you got nowhere else, you'd probably attempt it, absolutely destroying the aircraft anyway, but it will save your life. Internal fuel, they're different as well. 18,250 pound on the A variant, that's 8,278 kilos. The B variant again is less, 13,500 pounds, that's 6,123 kilos. But the big boy F-35C is 19,750 pounds, that's 8,958 kilograms. Weapons payload, the A and the C take it at 18,000 pounds, the B variant 15. So again, max takeoff weight for A and C is 70,000 pounds, the B variant is 60,000. Why is it all different? Well, like I said, it's because of the amount of weight, the thrust to weight ratio, because it's less thrust, only by about 2,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner on the B variant. Don't forget the stresses that it's got to cope with, but it can hover. That's the beauty of it. It can hover. It can land on carriers if it wanted to, or any small landing pads, or any areas that it thinks, yeah, I'd like a bit of McDonald's drive-through or fly-by-through, thank you very much. I do get asked this quite a lot. Can it hover? Can it take off vertically? You know, can it do it that way? Can it do a vertical takeoff? It could do, but it doesn't because of the weight of it. So it will stress the airframe. It will put a lot of stress on the aircraft, especially if you're fully loaded, fully fueled. So if you only had about half the amount of fuel with hardly any payload, it can probably do it, or at least, shall I correct it and say it can. But that's why it's called a STOVL aircraft, a short takeoff and vertical landing. Now, a little bit concerned because the sound of the F-35s have just disappeared. Or have they? Just trying to... I think I can hear them and then I can't. How annoying, because I think I can hear them and now I think I can and can't. So just 1 second. You might be able to hear it on the screens better. I like to think I can still hear them. But nevertheless, the runway is still open. I can and can't hear them, it's really odd. So the runway is still open. Oh dear, this is going to be a bit of a challenge because I generally can't hear him now. The wing safety, so it is a very dark blue in colour. You remember yesterday I thought it was white, but we have seen a white one. This one's dark blue. I'm pretty sure I can't hear any now. No worries, no worries. It could be just the way the wind direction is blowing, so listen to that wind though. Tragic, isn't it? Oh, that's a shame. So I guess I'll have to just talk history and make the aircraft come out, eh? What do you reckon? I think that's the answer. It's gonna have to be the way. I'll just try and hang in there. I'll give you that. So what I'll do, I'll just let you know just quickly that the base was opened in 1940, all right, and the first occupants were the number 20 operational training unit that arrived from RAF Lakenheath to train airmen on the Vickers Wellington. Why the Vickers Wellington? Because Mildenhall, which opened in 1934, so during 38, 39, 40, 41 and until the conversion to the short Stirlings, they were operating Wellingtons as well. So it made sense to have Wellington bombers to be trained here, as well as having another base about 5.5 miles behind me at my 4 o'clock. See, now I can hear the engines. So I'll just keep talking history because honestly, I started talking history and they came. I'm going to keep talking history for a while, hang on. So yeah, in 1936, RAF Feltwell just opened just to my 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, that kind of direction. And they were operating, first of all, the Handley Page Harrows until the Vickers Wellingtons as well. Eventually, squadrons from RAF Mildenhall arrived here, 149 and 199, with first of all the Wellingtons and then, of course, the short Stirling bombers. As I talk history, you can now hear. How funny was that, right? Sounds like they're getting closer as well. Yep, more startups, which is all good. So the sounds that you can hear are the spooling Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100s applied to the F-35A. Yeah, definitely Christopher Carr, we can definitely hear them. Sounds like quite a few for just a round run, so let's hope. Another startup. Yeah, there's another one. Sounds like we've got about 4 F-35s.
Good things come to those who wait.
Exactly. Ah, well said. Yeah, absolutely. You just got to ride it out and keep going.
Yeah. Get a tan whilst you're at it.
Exactly. So I'll keep a lookout on the Warrior Walk side of things, because sometimes they can taxi across the runway. But the runway is still open. Engines that you can hear are F-35s, all good to go. Just need taxi clearance. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We are very close to 97k, which only means that we're getting closer and closer to the 100. Definitely a good day for climbing. Sky's good, visibility good. Sorry about that. Street's just locked. Sorry about the screen, just in case those that wanted to have a look at worms. So while we're just waiting for the F-35s, I'll just show you for those that know the history already, I'll just show you the very first aircraft that operated here at RAF Lakenheath. It was number 20 operational training unit that moved all the way from RAF Lossiemouth. Lossiemouth was the perfect location at the time for training, although as things heated up during the Second World War, they began to use Lossiemouth in more of an operational role, and therefore training was kind of put to one side. Look at my engines go. And of course number 20 came all this way with the Vickers Wellington bomber, a beautiful bomber, had a good reputation from the war. It was the most produced bomber of World War II with the Royal Air Force. Just over 11,400 of these made in 16 different variants. Bristol Hercules engines. It's had a very good reputation. The airframe designed by Barnes Wallis, the geodetic airframe. If you have a look at the fence there, the sort of chain link fence, that was pretty much what the airframe was like. It was called a geodetic airframe, and the reason for that is, one, it was able to be assembled quicker and could take a lot of battle damage. In fact, it served right throughout the war. It had a reasonable reputation. Okay, it didn't have the likes of payload of such as the Wellington, Lancaster and the Halifax bombers, but it was very loyal and it served well amongst the twin engine bombers. It had a better reputation than the Hamdens, probably fair to say that. And it was powered by, I mean, it had various marks. It was made in 16 different marks, and crew of 5 or 6 with a 64-foot 7-inch length and wingspan at 86 feet, 235 miles per hour with a range of 2,550 miles. Did have guns 6 to 8, powered by 2 Bristol Pegasus as well on the first mark, but also had the Bristol Hercules engines on Mark 3 and sort of the likes of the Mark 10 as well. The Bristol Pegasus giving it a 1,050 horsepower there. Could take at 4,500 pounds of bomb loads in its weapons bay. So, you know, reasonable aircraft. So, you know, could do what, take 8 or 9 of the 8 or 9 of the 500-pound bombs, or 4 of the 1,000-pound bombs in this one. But yeah, it served pretty well. It did all right, to be honest. Its operational history on the 3rd of September 1939, you know, on literally the same day as the declaration of war, Bomber Command based at East Anglia, comprised of 6 frontline squadrons, 9, 37, 38, 99, 115 and 149 squadron, and of course 2 reserve, 214 and 215, all equipped with this. During the 1,000 bomber raid, 599 of the 1,046 bombers, 599 of those were these. So yeah, did pretty well. Also a world record holder at Broughton factory in Flintshire. They managed to beat a world record of how fast to assemble a bomber. The world record at the time stood at 48 hours. They did it in 23 hours and 50 minutes and then flew it the next day. They were building and assembling Wellington bombers at a rate of 28 a week, which is impressive. So that was our first aircraft, and that's with the RAF. And also, cannot go without mentioning the Short Stirling bomber, the RAF's first 4-engine bomber. There it is. This was the next bomber to operate here, and it operated here with 149 and 199 Squadron. And we've spoken about this quite a few times, with its pros and cons. interestingly, I'll just show you the size difference between the two. They are to scale. Look at the whopping size difference of these two. Wingspan similar. Look at that. 90. 99 was it? Look at this. Look at that. That's amazing. Just slightly smaller. 99-foot wingspan, the Sterling. It's amazing, isn't it? 7 meters nearly in height. It's about 21 feet. That's staggering, isn't it? Although it had the 14,000 pound of payload that it could take, sadly the design, the way they did it, had a divider. So you could have 7,000 on one side and 7,000 on the other. But the problem was they were making the 4,000 pounders, the 4,000 pound cookie bombs, and they couldn't actually fit any. So it was restricted to just the 2,000 pound. And of course I've spoken about the service ceiling only at 16,500, which struggled due to its stubby wings. And of course we myth busted the fact that it wasn't to do with the hangars, it was just a specification this was made to. And but there was a pro side to having stubby wings on a long aircraft like this, a long bomber. It was able to maneuver like a fighter, pretty much. Evasive maneuvers that a Lancaster or a Halifax couldn't do when under attack. Amazing. Amazing. But there we go. And also they found that it had other uses as well. The fact that because it was made to carry 14,000 pound of bomb load, but really only could take the little tiny ones. It was good at dropping mines, but guess what? Horsa gliders, really good on D-Day. The Sterling played a major part during D-Day operations. It was able to tow the Horsa glider. They found it to be more effective than actually carrying troops in a Dakota. Had a lot of power with this compared to the Dakota because it was made to be a bomber. So they worked out this could be used as a tower, like a tow line. So from RAF Brize Norton and RAF Fairford, the Sterling thrived on D-Day, taking the troops to Normandy. It was also used for taking our spies at RAF Tempsford. It was also used on D-Day during Operation Glimmer. It was to drop chaff, the bits of metal to fool the enemy radar, called Window during World War II. So it did really well. It did really, really good. And it was one of these, ladies, gents, teddy bears that Ron Middleton, bless him, Ron Middleton, VC, was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross as well. And that was here. This was at RAF Lakenheath. He is buried in the cemetery at Beck Road. And for his valour, he saved 5 of his crew. He was an Australian-born Ron Middleton, and he led his flight on the 28th of November 1942, and it was a raid using Sterling BF-372. It was the mission was to bomb the Fiat aircraft works at Turin, and it was his 29th combat sortie. He was just one short of completing the tour, which was 30, a mandatory rotation of combat operations lesson. It was all fully fueled. And Ron Middleton took to the skies from Lakenheath on that day, 28th of November 1942. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good, hope we're well. How we doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Just wanted to talk about that day in 1942, 28th of November. Ron Middleton took off, and the weather wasn't that great over the Alps, but he made it to his target. However, the weather was horrendous. The weather was bad, and remember, the service ceiling, fully loaded, fully fueled on these, were just 16,500 feet. There was flak, there was anti-aircraft fire all over the place. He was taking a lot of hits to his aircraft, and because of the weather, and because of that press on valor that these men had, these brave men, what Ron did, he couldn't see the target very well, and while under attack, made 3 separate low-level passes until he got to see his target. However, during the time of dropping the bombs and seeing his target, I mean, why would you do, you know, you got to remember, you're under attack and you're going lower and lower to see your target. It's bad enough on a bomber stream to go past your target and try to bomb it without getting hit by flak, but to stay under your target, getting all sorts of anti-aircraft fire is another matter. That's our F-35's taxiing now, which is great. Ron did get hit. Ron did hit the target, he blew up the Fiat Works, but he was flak blasted right into the cockpit. The plexiglass shattered into millions of pieces, and pieces of shrapnel and flak smashed into his right eye socket, taking it out. I should have warned you, this could be quite squeezy. So for those that are squeamish, it's not a good story in the graphic detail of what Ron encountered. So his skull was you could see his eye was blown out. He had all his limbs had shrapnel in it from flak, but he still managed to try to fly the aircraft. But then Ron lost so much blood, he became unconscious, and it went into a dive, a big nosedive, but he managed to snap out of it. His crew were completely injured as well from the blast in the cockpit, but Ron managed to pull it up. He got it down as about 1,000 feet, and it dropped lower to 800, 600 feet, and he managed to gain consciousness. He survived that bit, but now the problem was trying to get back home. They were under enemy attack, enemy fire. I don't think he was met with any aircraft fighters on his way back, but the flak gunners were really on the case. But they got through, but they only had about 5 minutes of fuel. Now Ron nearly passed out again. He was literally losing so much blood. He could see the coast, he could see England, he was over the channel, and he said to his men, "I'm going to get you home." But Ron, even though he was losing so much blood, one eye missing, he was worried that his plane, his Sterling, would run out of fuel and potentially killing civilians and harming civilians on the ground, because the Sterling was about to run out of fuel. This is his Victoria Cross action. Running out of fuel, he thought the best thing to do was have it parallel to the coast, and ordered his men to bail out. He saved 5 of those men that bailed out. He saved them. Ron's aircraft did not go onto the land. It ran out of fuel, and he ordered his other 2 men to bail out as well, which they did, but sadly didn't survive. And Ron Sterling ran out of fuel and crashed into the sea. He was awarded posthumously the Victoria Cross for saving his men. He saved 5 of his men and civilians as well on the English soil. And that was all from here.
Just about having that on the way home, got down to the end of the road and they all come out.
See, patience is the key.
You sit over there and if you sit over there, they'll come up at the top of it. See, I'm the boy of what's up.
That's alright, you can just bump me out of the way if you want. That's right.
Yeah, it's quite a good spot over there when they're coming in.
What, so you park up here and you're not playing?
They can, and I would do it like that. I need to park up there and follow you.
So you okay, it's like a little labour.
There's a little round pull in there, but it's an access road, so you can park to one side. Yeah. And then you can
Yep, here comes trouble. Here we go.
That's an F-35.
Hi. Yes, sir.
Hey, alright, patience.
Yes. Yeah, you called me both this time. You alright? Good. Here we go. Here we go, though. Here we go.
How you doing, man?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, here we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears, F-35s. Here's trouble.
Never is. As long as I see one plane flying,
Beautiful. So these two F-35s just holding off on the EOR. There are more F-35s on their way as well. So they could be waiting for a number of reasons. One, I mean, there could be a load. One, it's could be waiting for more F-35s in the flight, or waiting for a tanker perhaps. Loads of reasons. Burn much fuel either from just waiting here, so for those concerned, don't worry. That's it, you can see the GAU cannon bulge there, which we've seen. Beautiful 25mm cannon. That was impressive. Here comes more, here comes trouble.
Nice breeze out there anyway.
Yeah, it is. Yo, man. How you doing, Dan? All right, yeah? All good? Yeah, all good, man. What's been happening? All right, yeah. Nice work, all right. Yeah, it's a bit busy, man. Right, here we go then. So still got more action. It's been a quiet day today. Like I said, you know, you can have busy days, you can have quiet days, you can have quiet weeks. Turn up and enjoy. and we've got more trouble. Here we go. So someone's asked about the taxiway sign there. So you could see the best way to explain it. So you can see the box there. Can you see the dashes, the separated dashes? This means aircraft can go over that, where the solid two black lines mean you can't go over that without, you have to stop there. That is a holding point, and you have to stop there, and you have to get clearance for the next direction that you're going. Okay, so that's telling you that if you're coming towards it, then you have to stop there and await your next instructions. It's a taxi holding point, whereas the separated dashes mean that you can go over it. That's why on takeoff, when they're taxiing down, they stop here, because they're coming towards it and await clearance. And when they're taxiing back, they can go on ahead. I hope that made sense. So basically those lines are actually painted on the ground that we can't really see from this elevation. Here we go. Here we go, let's ride. Hello there. I'll see you soon, man. See ya. You too, man.
What's up? Might be too far away. It's coming off once a year, maybe. Why the missus isn't with me, so. I love it.
Here we go. entertained. That was amazing. It never gets old, as people say. It really is. And for those that ask the question, of course, it does depend on the pilot with speeds of how fast they go. They reach speeds of around 385 miles per hour before pulling up. Varies on altitude before pulling up, of course, anywhere between 60 to 120 feet before pulling up. So from 385 miles an hour, they've got all that speed behind them. So if your thrust to weight ratio is not as lean as a Typhoon, for example, then you can do this. So how high do they climb? It does depend on how much they've been cleared to do. They're all unrestricted climbs. It may sound weird, it may sound strange to have an unrestricted climb at you know, to climb to a flight level. It's all to do with the thrust, all to do with the climb rate, not the actual flight level itself. So they've been cleared to a flight level, for example, of 170, flight level 150, flight level of 200. All you got to do is add 2 zeros to it, and that gives you your feet. So flight level 170, that means 17,000 feet, for example. You could also hear flight level 70, that means 7,000 feet, which I doubt that would be an unrestricted climb, maybe. I doubt that. But there you go. G's pulled between 5 and 6 on those as well. So I hope you enjoyed those departures. But they do request quick climbs here. You do hear now and again unrestricted climb. I've asked the F-15E Strike Eagle pilot. They are the same thing. It's all to do with the actual climb rate itself. we go. So we're just going to wait for them to come back. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel.
I very much used it this morning. So burger at like 8 AM. Oh, I recommend the bacon and cheeseburger. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Bristol. Yeah, it is. But there's just nothing like this down there, you know. Like, oh, I know.
Bristol, is it now?
What's that?
Bristol.
Yeah.
Hey, where? Bedminster?
What?
Whereabouts?
I used to live in Bedminster, just round the corner.
Yeah, I can't. I was born in Weston-super-Mare, so I'm not far.
Oh, I've just had a weekend down there.
Hey! Skills. The accent will never go away.
Oh,
I
right.
love it. I miss it because I'm going on holiday back. I just can't get enough.
Yeah, man. Like, so
Good old southwest there now on the cider.
Cider right up.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Gosh.
So you lived in Bedminster then? Bedminster?
When I was really tiny, but mainly Weston-super-Mare. I think there's
Nice.
actually more Gloucester Road. You still got
Gloucester Road, the A38.
Great. Honestly, that's a long time ago, but wow, I still remember some of the names, and we used to get the bus, and you know, way. Was it the Slug and Lettuce and the?
Oh yes, yeah.
What else? Down the
Blue
water, is it the
Lagoon and
waterfront? You got the Arnolfini and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, still there.
Memories, man.
You need to go back.
Yeah, I know. Oh, mate, honestly, it's memories. Love it. It was good memories, to be honest. But
Do you live like round here then? Or?
only an hour away.
Oh, that's alright then.
Yeah, but no, I just miss the accent because that's what I've been brought up with. But hey. It's always good. It's always good. Good memories. That's the thing. So is that where you come from today, Bristol?
Wow. Well, I've moved to Lydney, which is Forest Athene, so it's just a little bit further away. But
Where, Lydney?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, just north of Chepstow. But
Yeah.
3 AM this
So you've
morning.
got
mate.
Tinton Abbey not far.
Yeah.
Small world, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Small world.
That's a lush place there.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It is really good. Oh, mate.
That is a small world.
Yeah.
Especially like that's completely the other side.
The wrong one. We should be back on now. There we go. We're back. That's funny. I pulled the battery out instead of the plug, which turned the black screen. It should be alright. Should be back on. That's it. Oh God. All right. I used to work in. I know. Work in Southmead and Bedminster as well, and yeah, goodness me. No, sorry, I'm just bringing back memories and was it Keynsham?
Keynsham?
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, that's kind of like the other end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh, brings back memories, mate. I love it.
I would have never known, honestly.
I think it's because when I was 10, my parents moved to a different part of England, so as you're growing up you pick up accents and lose accents.
Yeah.
And then I moved back when I was 20.
Yeah.
And just studied until quite a few years. So I was there till 10 and then moved away and then come back till I was 20.
Yeah.
And then college meant going to Bristol and having a good time.
I bet, yeah.
Not enough money for clothes, but enough money for...
Oh yeah, soda's
Oh man, I can't wait, so I'll be back there in October, so I can't really, I'm just...
Mate.
It's just like being back home, man. It's just like, I'm back in my habitat, I love it.
You doing like a weekend down there, or just...
a whole week of just going around doing all the things we used to do when we were kids. Still,
oh, mate, that's brilliant.
Yeah, just go to Western and
I love that.
go to pass by, go to Wales and go to Bath and just surrounding areas. Just have a right laugh.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, it's good fun, and then
it's probably changed quite a bit since your last one, mate. But
bye, thank you. Yeah, and then all the surrounding outside, like Turin Magna and all that stuff, and
Turin Magna's lovely, absolutely stunning. That's not changed much at all. But,
cool.
Yeah, if you get like a nice hotel or Airbnb down there, lovely. Yeah. Like all the lakes down there. Lush.
Yeah, near Blagdon Lake and yeah.
Blagdon's lovely.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Really good.
You still get planes coming like to going into Bristol, so do you know what I mean? You get the best of both worlds. It's not quite this, but you know.
Anyway, I'm just going to carry on with that before I get too nostalgic. Sorry about that. I'm just going down memory lane. You know how it is.
Well, that's the thing. Thank God for your stream, because I'll tell you what, I couldn't make this journey every weekend or whatever, like coming up. So, like, your stream's a godsend, especially
Thanks.
like doing the Marham and everything else.
Yeah,
but...
just do the surround. Yeah, I'm lucky enough to be an hour from everywhere, so that is lucky. That is lucky, pretty much. So, otherwise it would, it would.
This morning I was thinking, Christ, I should have stayed at home and just tuned in with the 3 jets going out, but. Thankfully, the F-35's saved the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good. Oh.
You haven't mentioned the Land Dogger Trout in Bristol.
The what, sorry?
Land Dogger Trout.
I don't recall that one.
What's that? The Land...
Famous pub in
the Land Dogger Trout?
Yeah. Don't know where it is. It's right in the front and in the middle of Bristol.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah. I don't know.
More than you.
Yeah, if it's got more than 3 syllables, we can't pronounce it. I'll vouch for that.
You said
it. that was a good one, actually. Somerset, innit? It's got maximum 3 syllables, and that'll do.
No one's going to argue with that.
Sorry? Alright, yeah. Cool.
All these places are so familiar to me.
Oh, man. Oh, how are we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Give me 1 second. I'm just going to secure these bits of paper before they end up going on an unrestricted climb. Oh, goodness me. Woo! Let me just turn that a little bit so I don't look like burnt or something, because I just saturate the colours a little bit. You got to cheat a little bit, you know. You got to just saturate a little bit. So, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman and commentator, and it is extremely windy here at Lakenheath. But sorry about the little black screen there. I pulled the battery out, not the wire. What silly me without the battery in. Black screen, little blackout. Well, there you go. You got a solar eclipse live on the Ted Coningsby channel for a bit there now. So all is good. Hope you're well. Oh, I just had a little update. What we got here? Oh yeah. Thanks for that, Perry. Nice one. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a little bit more bit of history on the 48th. Okay, the 48th Fighter Wing. And remember, they're a wing now, and they've been a wing since 1952. All right, remember that, because if you're like me, when I first started out, I couldn't find anything about the 48 Fighter Wing sort of pre-1952, and there is truth in that, because of the lineage, first of all, does date back, but not the wing itself. They weren't wing status. In fact, during, like I said, the Second World War, they were not only under the 9th, flying under the 9th Air Force. I mean, we've all heard of the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force, but the 48th Fighter Group were actually part of the 9th Air Force, and as a wing, they were actually under the 70th Fighter Wing. But let's go back to the 15th of January 1941, where the 48th Bombardment Group Light, you'll see sometimes if you are going to be looking into a lot more history, you'll see a letter, L for light, H for heavy, D for dive. There was even a dive bomb groups as well. Now, the 48th activated on the 15th of January 1941, and they activated at Hunterfield, Georgia. Now, there was around 54 activations, and these were called the First Aviation Objective. Now, they did this, the US did this because of the defense did this because of the potential threat, and look what happened. I mean, there was already, what's that, 41, there's already 2 years into the Second World War, and good job, because 11 months later there was the attacks on Pearl Harbor. When they first activated the squadrons with the 48th Bomb Group Light, they activated the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadrons Light, and a 4th squadron called the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Now, these 4 squadrons were operating the A-24, the A-31, until eventually models that you may be familiar with, such as the P-39 and the P-40 Warhawk as well. Now, things changed a little bit with as far as numbers. They actually were redesignated to the 492nd, the 493rd and the 494th Bomb Squadrons Light, which you are now probably familiar with those numbers. And the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron a year later became the they became the 88th Bomb Squadron Light, flying the B-18 Bolo. So a bit of a name change, but then eventually they did become the 495th Bomb Squadron Dive Squadron, and that was on the 28th of January 1942. In March on 1944, the 495th actually moved to the 407th Fighter Group. They actually left the 48th Bomb Group, and they deactivated that whole group, deactivated on the 1st of April 1944, which meant the 495th became inactive, and that was from 1944. We didn't see them for another 33 years. Now, in 1944, our 3 squadrons that we've got left, 493rd, 492nd and 494th, did that completely non-numerical, because why not? They were now flying the legendary P-47 Thunderbolt, which I will show you, which I've got here. I've got a number of aircraft to show you today. So we've got the 18-cylinder beauty designed by the legend Cavelli. There we go. Look at this. So the P-47 Thunderbolt. Let me just put it in its. Let's just go over it. Let's talk a little bit about the P-47. Look at it there now. P-47 Thunderbolt. A lovely, lovely aircraft. They made this in Razorback and bubble canopy eventually from the D models. So it did have a beautiful, beautiful reputation. Pilots loved it, and it was a very, very successful aircraft amongst the 48th and other fighter squadrons that were using it. Okay, so this is a 18-cylinder. It had 46-litre engine displacement as well. It was amazing, the P-47 Thunderbolt. Really, really was. It was more, I mean, it's huge. It is massive. It should really be in its own different league, the Thunderbolt. It really, you know, should have been, because of the sheer size of it. It was powered by the Pratt & Whitney R2800, a 2,000 horsepower double wasp 18-cylinder radial engine. The intake, just to give you an idea, on the bottom, it's right at the front, which I'll show you in my little diagram, was actually, you could actually fit a human being in there. So Alexander Cartvelli, who designed the P-47 Thunderbolt, the development came from the XP-47, and before that P-43 Lancer as well. So I'm going to just show you a quick diagram of how this beautiful masterpiece, let me see if I can show you without getting blown away. Hang on, hopefully I've got this right. So this is, let's have a look at the insides of what they were flying, the 48th. They were flying the P-47 Thunderbolt. Look at this, 46-litre displacement, 18 cylinders. Now, because of the way it would work, I don't know if you've ever seen the way these cylinders and pistons would work in a radial engine. If you imagine an inline, I'll have to show you a diagram. If you imagine an engine of the pistons is going up and down inline, or if you've got a V shape, the difference on, you've also got a standard piston engine. radial, but the radial one, the way it worked, piston would fire going all the way around. It was really cool. But the intake I showed you at the front was really interesting, because the air would go all the way back to a supercharger. Many people are shocked that World War II had turbo and superchargers as well. It was called the impeller, and you've also got compressed air here. So the air's going in, getting compressed. Now, because of the heat, there was an intercooler. So that air's going in, and the intercooler cools down the air, and it feeds it on here to the exhaust system. The P-47 Thunderbolt was literally a tank of the skies, a bit like our A-10 Thunderbolt, hence Thunderbolt 2. This is where it gets its name from, the P-47D Thunderbolt. Now here is a water tank. It's a alcohol and water mixture. It would give the aircraft and pilots a boost of an extra 300 horsepower. It could be used like NOS, like they do in Fast and Furious. Pretty cool. This one's a bubble canopy version. Like I said, air intake there. This burst you can use as little as you want, and it had a good service ceiling at around, what, 43,000 feet or so. It was amazing. Look at all the sorties that it did. This is not dedicated just to the 48th. But I'm going to show you, I think I've got some stats on the back that I put on there really quickly. Which is amazing.
We were staying, there was another place just outside of
Let's have a look. Let's have a look what we got here now. So yeah, it had, I was comparing it to the, let's have a look, payload on the P-51 Mustang. Look, 450 kilo payload. The payload on a P-47, 1,136 kilos of payload. Look at that. That's what? Nearly 3 times more payload. 6 M2 machine guns, sorry, and 8 M2 machine guns. In fact, it was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, what the P-47 could do. But anyway, that's our P-47 bit done. Let me just put these away so it doesn't get blown away there. Now what?
Yeah, because obviously if we were staying in Durham, obviously it's kind of just, yeah.
Sorry about that. Hope you're still with me there now.
Well,
so that was basically the P-47. That's what they were flying. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. And that was from 1944 that they were operating that, the P-47. I know pilots were like, can this thing actually get off the ground? Well, it did. So on the 21st of March 1944, the 492nd, 493rd and the 494th, the 48th bomb group, they were setting off for the Ile-de-France. Sorry, they set off on the Ile-de-France, or the HMS Queen Mary. Okay, and they set off for RAF Ibsley. They were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing and the 9th Air Force. Now, we've all heard of the Mighty 8th, and you're probably thinking, I know what the Mighty 8th did. And the thing is, don't forget that the 8th Air Force not only had bombers, they also had fighters as well. And the fighters of the Mighty 8th, they would escort the bombers, whereas the 9th Air Force had something a little bit different to do. In fact, just to give you an idea, someone we talk about, Second Lieutenant Ed Cottrell, our late Ed Cottrell, he did 65 missions, and only one of them was an escorting mission. Their mission of the 9th Air Force, if you were in a fighter wing and a fighter group, was to support the army on the ground, literally close air support, but also to do low-level attacks. Very similar role to what the Hawker Typhoon did, to carry out bombing targets on the ground and destroying ground targets and supporting the Allies to advance. So when at RAF Ibsley, they were doing lots of training, but they weren't, you know, they were doing rigorous training in a program, but it was designed for them for their future involvement and a very important role. They were doing dive bombing, close air support, night flying, glide bombing, low level, reconnaissance and patrol missions, and as well, which they did. So on the 30th of May 1944, the bomber title, because they were a fighter bomber group, dropped. So that meant now they were a fighter group rather than a fighter bomb group, or so that meant the squadrons became fighter squadrons. So before they were fighter bomb squadrons, but now from May, finished, no more, on the 30th of May 1944. Now all that training that they did, they put into practice very importantly, because on D-Day the 48th Fighter Group and their squadrons took part on D-Day operations and played a major role. In fact, eventually they would do 2,000 sorties. They were awarded the DUC, the Distinguished Unit Citation, along with 2 award citations from Belgium as well. Now, all that training that had been carefully designed and took part in, they did indeed bomb bridges, gun positions. They destroyed lots of vehicles, railway lines, visual reconnaissance to assist, because on D-Day there was so much more than the landings itself. There was so much going on, from Operation Glimmer that we spoke about, from all these spoof diversion missions that were going on, B-17s, B-24s, Lancasters, Halifax, loads of them, doing all these carefully designed attacks and missions. The 48th did close air support to support the army so that they can take back and reoccupy back what was France. Now, of the 14,000 sorties, as we mentioned, from the Allies, 2,000 of those were from just the 48th. On the 18th of June 1944, as land was being claimed back, they moved to Do Jammu, and on July in 1944, the 48th carried out airstrikes which helped the First Army break through the German positions at St. Lo, so they helped them advance. And what they would do, they'd use the P-47 to carry out a recce against those Tiger tanks, so they'd have a look to see where they are, and they'd either engage and bomb them and let the army advance. So the P-47s weren't necessarily close air support to bomb targets, but if they've seen anything, because they were armed reconnaissance as well, then they'll take out. So they'll take out tanks and they'll take out gun positions. Once they're taken out, the army can then advance. On the 29th of August 1944, they then moved to Coningsby, and then eventually they moved to very happy Belgium, which I say happy because pilots loved it, because at St. Trond they had a 10,000-foot runway, and that came the following month. On the 17th of September, they supported in Operation Market Garden, and towards the end of the year, on the 6th of December 1944, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich in Germany. So we're now talking Germany. This is how much they've been advancing. So they've gone through France, gone to Belgium, and now they're going and advancing further into Germany at Jülich. But the problem was the army was stuck by a soccer field. They were kind of surrounded in a way, with bridges in the way, but they were pinned down by a soccer field. So stuck at this soccer field on a freezing cold snowy day, really bad conditions, it was time to it was time to give the 48th a mission. And this mission involved tree top level height. And the 48th, with our second lieutenant Ed Cottrell, with 65 missions he had to his name, flying at 200 feet at 325 miles per hour. It was led by Major Stanley Latiolis. They used delayed bombs and managed to attack the bridge and let and they did a couple of strafes on the targets, and they managed to get them free. And the thing is, when they got back to St. Trond, the ground crew just waved over back Ed Cottrell and showed him that he had 40 bullet holes in his P-47, and it was not uncommon to have. The wings could take a battering. The aircraft could take a battering. Why? Why could it still fly? It was air-cooled, not liquid-cooled. The beauty about having a radial air-cooled engine means that you can actually have half of your cylinders missing, and it will still pump, it will still go, it will still work. Whereas the Spitfire liquid-cooled, for example, you're relying on all these pipes not to get damaged. You get hit at your engine cowlings, you could be in serious, serious trouble. Ed Cottrell actually came back with 9 cylinders once. That's 9 missing. 9 cylinders, and it was still going. In fact, it was on the 17th of December 1944 that the 493rd were giving another mission, this time an attack on a bridge, and they spotted tanks. They engaged with 109s as well. Sadly, they lost Lieutenant Jim Watson, but Cottrell came close to stalling speed. You see, the problem was, if I show you my P-47 without losing some of my stuff, Ed Cottrell was about to bomb the target in his bridge. And what the problem was, the worst time a fighter can start engaging you is when you're about to pull up. So Ed Cottrell went down, dropped the bombs, and went to pull up, and a 109 engaged him. Why is that a problem? You haven't got a lot of speed. It was the worst time to get attacked, and he got hit to his engine, but it was still going. But the problem was he was so low that he couldn't bail out. And there was 2 109s engaging him. He opened the canopy, there was oil all over the canopy, and he was trying to wipe it from his face, and it was chugging along, and to his horror 2 109s went either side. Whether they ran out of ammo, I don't know. Whether they thought he's doomed anyway, they actually saluted, let him go. He landed, and when he did, he radioed in his situation. He kissed the ground and actually contacted Pratt & Whitney to thanking them for making a life-saving engine. That is what I'm talking about. Also, when engaging with 109s and other aircraft, it was really important not to forget to get rid of it or drop your drop tanks, because if you get hit, don't forget it's pressurized gas in there and fuel, so gasoline, aviation fuel. But if you get hit on your drop tank, it will explode. It might as well just be a bomb that you've just sent. So this was really important to remember. You know, if you were engaging at you, and not only that, if you drop the drop tanks, you get rid of them, then you are more maneuverable. You've got less weight to hang around. So by 1945, as we're coming up to the end of the Second World War, the 48 Fighter Group continued to support the army, and they advanced deeper into Germany with close air support and armed reconnaissance. On the 8th of May, 1945 was the last mission of the 48th for the Second World War, and of course we know this as VE Day. And Captain Troy Smith, as he was flying in his P-47 with the 48th, looked down and saw tens of thousands of German troops walking on the side of the road, and on the other side were, of course, the Allied army. In June 1945, the 48th started to move backtrack, basically, back to France, Laon, and then eventually they moved to the US, and they were about to be deactivated because on the 7th of November 1945 it was time to be deactivated. So to give you an idea, so the 9th Air Force didn't have as many kills as other, or aerial victories, probably the right way to say it, because of what their role was. It was ground attack targeting. Okay, so the 492nd had 3 aerial victories, the 493rd had 8.5, and the 494th had 8. So on the 25th though, okay, so some 7 years later, on the 25th of June 1952, the 48th were reactivated, but this is where history changes, because they became a wing, not a group, and they became the 48 Fighter Bomb Wing. So that meant the 3 squadrons, still, we didn't have 4 yet, were called the Fighter Bomb Squadrons. Now on the 10th of July 1952, they moved back to France at Chaumont. It was it was acres and acres of mud, if you've ever been there, and they did have a concrete runway and a handful of sort of shack pop-up buildings. Now they were operating the F-84, and they became quite successful with the F-84 that a year later they formed the Sky Blazers aerobatics team, and it was the 492nd that were flying this. And thanks, is it RAF Bungay? Is it Flixton that they have? Is it the Norwich Museum, Davey? I totally forgot you sent me a picture, Davey. But they formed the Sky Blazers, and by May 1954, whilst transitioning to the F-86 Sabre, the Sky Blazers were official. They were officially the United States Air Forces in Europe demo team, and for the first time, properly, I can show you the F-86. Look at it. Hey, let's have a little look in better light. So this is what they were operating in 1954, and the Sky Blazers. Look at this lovely swept wing. Oh, don't you just love it?
So that's where
I mean, that's a beauty of an aircraft. Look at this. I think it's a beautiful aircraft, isn't it? So this is the F-86 Sabre. All right, a beautiful aircraft. They were operating for, I think they operated this for just 2 years before they transitioned again, and it was a great little aircraft. It really was, the F-86. It had let's have a look at the Yep, flick. Oh, thanks a lot, Davey, for confirming that. Wingspan was 39 foot 1 inches, so that's 11.91. So just a little bit more than a Typhoon wingspan, that. And yeah, max speed at 687 miles per hour, and it was powered by a General Electric's J47 GE27 turbojet engine. A little bit more than a Hawk T1A, the Red Arrows, pumping out 5,910 pounds of thrust. So this was the F-86 making its debut. So you know, this is what they were flying, man. And at the Flixton Museum, Norwich, they have one of these in the Sky Blazers. I know, you can go and see it. I know. So this means I need to go. I need to go. I need to go and see that. How cool is that? So that's, you see, I'm slowly collecting all the aircraft. The other one is going to be a bit fiddly because I've got the next aircraft coming. It's not here yet, but the next one after that when they come back here, you'll see in a minute. So that's what happened. There was they formed an official United States Air Force in Europe aerobatics team. How cool is that? Now, on the 4th of July 1954, they did their first ever displays, and this is quite monumental because there was the mayor, Jean Maison. They did a ceremony, and do you know what? This is quite a pivotal change for the 48th because this is where they got the name from. They discovered they were around 25 miles away. The moulding was still there in this workshop. You won't believe it, but they discovered that the workshop at Bartholdi was 25 miles away, and they had all the mould and the cask was still there of the Statue of Liberty. I know, the one in New York. So it was fitting to have displays. They made and funded a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty. Hey, do you know what? They even sold they raised money for this replica. They sold like a classic car, and the mayor named them the Statue of Liberty Wing. How awesome is that? And that is why they're called the Statue of Liberty Wing, all because they moved to Chaumont Air Base, and all behold, they were so close to the very birthplace of the Statue of Liberty Wing. There's even a replica here, and the replica that was put up in 1956, I think it was, is still there at Chaumont. So go check it out if you're visiting France. Nice little pilgrim, that. So in 1956, the United States Air Force in Europe, the 48th were to become the first to operate, I didn't know this, the F-100 Super Sabre. I did not know they were the first USAFE wing to do so. On the 8th of December 1957, they had a name change and a new role. In fact, they became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. They were inactive for nearly a year, about 8 months, and then on the 8th of July 1958, they had a name change to the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. How cool is that? So a new role, but 2 years later, on the 15th of January 1960, the same year that the Beatles were formed, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing moved here to Lakenheath, because in 1948 this was already a United States Air Force base. They brought with them their camouflaged livery F-100 Super Sabres. Tailcode system they put into effect, again still only the 3 squadrons, and they had LR, LS and LT. Those were the tail codes, and they had an L for Lakenheath, R for the 492nd, S for the 493rd, and T for the 494th. And you can see a camo F-100D Super Sabre at the Newark Air Museum in the Panthers livery, the 494th, with the red tail flash. The blue was the 492nd, yellow 493rd, and red for the 494th. However, the P-47s and World War II, they had different colour schemes and markings. So don't get caught out. The Grim Reapers were red, the Panthers were yellow, and the Bowlers were blue. No, wrong. Bowlers were yellow, Panthers were blue in World War II. There you go. I could even correct myself, not a problem. In the late 60s though, before they transitioned to the Phantoms, the colour scheme had changed. They went to that bare classic Cold War metal again. In 1972, they did transition to the F4 Phantoms, and they brought in a new tailcode system. They were going to have one tailcode fits all. It was LK, but that lasted for about 8 months. It rolled in for a few months into 1973, where they completely changed it to LN, and it stayed that way and has been ever since. There we go. So lots of changes. 5 years later, another aircraft changed, the F-111 Aardvark. Right, Davey, where's your ceiling? Let's show you another aircraft. So I'm probably going to lose some of the bits here because it's so windy up here. But let's see the F-111 Aardvark there now. Another legendary aircraft that operated here at Lakenheath. There we go. So look at this. So this came here in 1977. But that's not all. This is not all that came here in 1977. Guess who came back? Back again. Guess who's back? That's right. The 495th came back, and all 4 squadrons were back with the 48th. So not only did we have a new type of aircraft, the F-111 Aardvark, but we also welcomed back the 495th. But they were all called Tactical Fighter Squadrons. So if you see the 492nd TFS, the 493rd, 494th, 495th TFS as Tactical Fighter Squadrons. The wing, don't forget, they were called the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. And it is the only US Air Force to have a number and a name. It's the only one. So, you know, the 31st Fighter Wing in Aviano, they don't have a name. I know, bad, isn't it? But never mind. There we go. Performance of this little beaut. Well, I say little, it's not little at all. It's massive. You know, it's got a wingspan of 63 feet. That's 19 meters, man. Nearly double a Typhoon. Length 73 feet 6, crew of 2. It's powered by 2 Pratt & Whitney TF30 P100 afterburning turbofans, smashing out 17,900 pounds of thrust dry and 25,100 with afterburner. Oh yes, it was all that. It was a beaut, and it served with all 4 squadrons. And don't forget, as we got back the 495th, their colour here was green. So another legendary aircraft. I can show you what Lakenheath had.
They're not very regular, are they?
So, how are we doing? Whew, it's getting a bit scorchiosity. So there we go, F-111 Aardvarks and a reactivation of the 495th. Now on the 14th of April 1986 and into the 15th, there was indeed... there was that. Oi, oi! There was the Operation El Dorado Canyon, and it was the Libyan raids, and Lakenheath took part in that raid, and it became the longest combat sortie in its history of that time. 24 F-111 Aardvarks took off from the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing here at Lakenheath, and it was for El Dorado Canyon. The US Navy were involved in that as well. There was also the EF-111 Spark Varks from Upper Hayford as well. It was a 14-hour round trip. On the 8th of September 1986, it was a historic moment that they were awarded the 48th, the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation. It was awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Lemon, and this is the only US Air Force unit to ever receive this, because at the end of the day, think about it, it's a US Navy award going to a US Air Force. And there was sadly a loss of Karma 5-2 flight with two of the crew sadly perished in that. In 1991, the 495th became inactive again, and also we start to see another aircraft come into effect. The F-111 retired, the 48th also dropped the tactical part, and from 1992 we started to receive the F-15E Strike Eagle. In 1994 and onwards we started to receive the F-15C for the 493rd. On the 24th of March 1999, Lakenheath once again took part, or its squadron, the 493rd, took part, or became the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron, took part in Operation Allied Force. They became MiG killers because there were strikes against Serbian targets, and in just 72 hours, 4 aerial victories for the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron. Call signs as follows: Knife 1-3, Edge 6-1 and Dirk 2-1 with 2 MiG 29s. In 2006 we had the 56 Rescue Squadron with HH-60, the Pavehawks, and eventually on the 2018 we had the 57th Rescue Squadron. So that's coming up to modern time, and like I said, things have changed quite a lot, and in 2021 it was time for another change, a 5th generation aircraft. The F-35A arrived and the Valkyries were reactivated again, and they were to make Lakenheath, or at least the USAFE, the very first wing to operate, the 48 fighter wing to operate the F-35A. The year after that, the F-15 C and Ds retired, but the 493rd, although became inactive for a very brief period, they did convert to the F-35A, and that's now 2 squadrons with the F-35As. And in, well, there we go, on Friday the 13th, here we are in June 2025, we had the loudest oi oi in history of the channel by 2 men from Fife. There you go. You are now on the history tour. I need to put that in. How you doing, boys? All right. That was funny. That was. I just thought I'd wrap it up that way. It needed it. How you doing? Not bad, son. How are you? Yeah, good. Yeah, you're right, man. Yeah, you good. Good. Yeah. Here he is. No, I didn't recognise the car, but I recognised the. Oh, cheers, man. It's a nice car.
South Wold and down that area.
It is a little bit.
I'm actually telling Blake.
I think it's about midday, I think. Over this area. Yeah, around about.
Yeah, great. Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. Yeah. A little bit good fun.
Yeah.
It just
I had the
makes you
same thing
appreciate
happened to me
the business.
2 years ago.
That's what I was thinking.
Straight over the top of our house. That was doing the fly past somewhere. Yeah. It's quite a rattle, isn't it, when that comes over? You can hear it and think, what's going on? When you go outside.
Yeah, how'd it go? Right.
Yeah,
it comes over the top.
I managed to get a hold there.
Okay.
So it says aircraft that's on there.
Right, okay, so you got the pilot to sign it. Oh, that's alright.
Well, there's only 2 flying in the world, isn't there? 2 Lancaster bombers. There's one here, and I think there's one in Australia, isn't there? Because a few years ago at Duxford, they brought that one over from Australia. I think it must have been more days, and the 2 of them flew together at Lancaster bombers. Could be Canada. Yeah, I think that could be Canada. Yeah. But I think there's a guy trying to get one in the air in Lincolnshire or somewhere.
Okay.
He's been working on it for years, and his goal is to get it in the air.
One dose.
You know, that'd be some time off. The aircraft is the engine bit. I think it's got the actual aircraft looks great, but it's just the engine. I think there's no parts of it nowadays for those, is there? You know, manufacture them yourself, really. Yeah, I love that flight. Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it? The Vulcan. They still run the Vulcan, but only down the runway, don't they? Never flies.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Yeah. What, the Vulcan? Victor. Yeah. I think the Vulcan is in Lincolnshire somewhere.
I don't know where 134's gone.
Apart from this area.
I'll give you an idea when you can do it.
Yeah, I used to love the
I haven't
Vulcan.
seen 134 in
So
England,
it's not
unless it's gone back.
Maybe it's come to get that. Still there.
Equals, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they did get the Vulcan back in the air for a few years, didn't they, a few years ago, but they just became too expensive just to service it, and the guys that used to know all about them went retired or
right.
I didn't realise that's
I suppose the insurance cost must be horrendous for an aircraft like that to get that in the air. It's a shame it's gone now. Yeah, Vix was a nice aircraft. Almost like a space type aircraft, wasn't it, at the front, with the rounded bit in front. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
nice aircraft. Yeah, Dutchman's Cambridge, yeah. Yeah, Dutchman's not far from here. Then you've had here, I should imagine it's about 20 miles. Yeah. 30 miles. There used to be a live when I was younger, we used to have a light that I was watching, which is about, as the crow flies, about 2 miles from where I am. And they had them up there, the lightnings, they were noisy things. They used to go straight up in the air and lightnings, yeah. They've got the Apaches and everything up there now. Sometimes they come over our garden, there's quite a lot of the Apaches, the Apache squadron. Yeah, they were, yeah, similar, yeah. And it was all engine, wasn't it, you know, and the back was similar as well, isn't it, yeah.
That's more, that's fun, like that.
Fine, yeah. I like the Typhoons, they're nice aircraft. Last year, last year we were F-22 and I saw that was on, the guy done it on YouTube channel. Yeah, and that was brilliant, that was, because they're like a beefed up F-15, aren't they? The F-22 is like a bigger, more powerful aircraft, and you wouldn't have got a parking space anywhere up here. On that road over there, all up there, all on spectator from here. Cars at all. It's completely jammed. Because everyone knew that those squadrons were coming in, you know.
Right, leave that with me then, I'll go and get them made.
Yeah, and once we get...
Will you be here for the fly past tomorrow then? Will you be gone?
No, I got a hotel, so yeah, I'll
I don't think you'll see it at Jackson because I think they're on the Suffolk coastline. Yeah, like, I don't know, well you probably don't know, but it's a place called Woodbridge. Yeah, down Woodbridge area and along Southwold, along the Suffolk coastline. I think they're there about midday-ish. Nah. I think they've got 3 Typhoons going tomorrow. Red Arrows, Typhoon, and I think the Lancaster as well. And the Spitfire, Red Arrows. You don't bother to watch them when they come.
No, they bore the crap out of it. It's only 7 times.
Yeah, I've seen them a lot over the years.
All the scandals that's gone on.
Yeah, that's right. It's one that they're still together, really, isn't it? You know, it's one that's still running. I think had it not been that they do the Royal events, they probably would have axed them.
The other thing I was thinking, really? Oh my god. Oh yeah. There was an idea that I had regarding the polar bears. Oh, that'd be good. That's probably my easiest one. The polar bears. I get the hat, but you take the head berry off, and then put that hat on.
That's the white hat, actually. That's obviously
That'll be old tan or sunburn, one of the two.
I think you can try beef for a couple of days.
we even got one yesterday.
Alright, leave it with me, I'll get things printed.
Apart from that north, that's probably a bit cooler.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll do something for a mental health charity again or something. That'll be ideal. Yeah, I'll do that.
It's fine.
Well, they're still out, so they're coming back. Yeah, the only thing I can guess is that probably just the one's coming back.
That's better than the alternative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
They're over that way. We're like, today, you know, you sort of done it going on really high, and then today we're on our way back. We're like, we're going to stop there and we're going to wait.
Should be fun away a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I wonder if I can do something.
True.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I can probably sort something out with the polar bears. Polar bears, I think that's
Blackbird from here, North America. That's interesting. There's some stuff in there. Actually, they could do with it being a bit bigger. Actually, couldn't they? Because they've got so much crammed into a small area. It's all there, but it was a little bit more spaced out. Well, down to cost, really, isn't it?
Where I'm from.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They're rearranging.
Chieftain, was it? You like tanks and stuff like that?
Oh, no, I know that.
Have you ever been to the Muckleborough collection on the Norfolk coast?
Oh, there is a one. Yeah.
There's one on the Norfolk coast, yeah, that's worth visiting. They've got a lot of stuff in there, yeah. You can actually go in one.
Yeah.
You can actually, they'll take you out in one if you want to, yeah, for a price, you know. They'll cart track from it, yeah. Yeah, if you're round about that way, not far from Cromer, I don't think. And there's some museum like with all the old tanks and stuff in there. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll be in touch because I think that's a great idea. I'll try and get that pack sorted then for charity. Because I think it's something I didn't know that it could be done.
Yeah, it can definitely be done.
So I think it'll be really good, and then have
Then
all
one
those
with a
packs
sort of
as well,
like
that'd be really good.
a low one, won't they?
Yeah,
That's what they're called now, like just a track going round, won't they? Those ones, yeah. I think they used to get stuck quite a bit as well in those, in the mud, didn't they? I think they couldn't, got especially trench, got in the really mud and spin it out.
Yeah, I'll.
I know the ones that I've got, certainly, for the giraffes, I've got them with a picture. The jet, that's the got the patch on there. To me, that's stuff on the wall. In the summer, so, this is that bang on the wall as well.
Mat glued it, and then those patches would be quite nice. They went through the mat. That's quite nice because people might be able to get a photo of it. Go that'd be quite simple. That'd be quite nice. Yeah. Okay. If I do that. Yeah. Okay. Leave it with me. I'll get pack sorted. With a bowler hat. Bowler bears. Yeah. I'll get on to the designers to do one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll probably. Okay, thanks.
The Midlands,
Yeah. Leave it with me, boys. I will sort that. Thank you. Thanks a lot to the boys. Thank you very much, Sonny. Sonny and Gaz with the loudest oi-ois of life from Fife.
You get a prize for that.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Get a free t-shirt for being the noiseless.
Oi-oi. Yeah.
Ted been out today yet?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
I missed that. I'll have to watch it on the channel later.
No worry, it'll be out in a bit anyway. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Sorry about that. Just sorting out some charity stuff, which you've probably heard all there. So all is good.
Sweat yourself.
What's the worst area for potholes in your opinion? You driving around?
Well, in Shropshire.
Thanks a lot, Debbie. Solcombe, how you all doing? Hope you're all good. So yeah, you may have heard. I'll put it on here in case you haven't.
Not a cheap thing to replace either, is it? So it's not a cheap thing to replace and have done. Yeah. Yeah. It's good for them, but no, not for anyone else. It's the wheel, yeah, go down to the wheel and suspension really as well, can't it?
That is a choice.
They're usually out for about an hour to an hour and a half normally, I think. Gone to the North Sea somewhere, I dare say.
There is a tank right there. Compressor.
What's that museum?
That's a bit too far for me. I don't get that far. Any good there? Good is that the museum, yeah.
It's tiny though, isn't it? You're inside.
Yeah, very narrow, aren't they? They've got one at Brooklands as well, you know, there's the Brooklands Racing Museum. They've got the car museum in there, and they've also got the aircraft museum next to it. They've got a concourse there that we can go inside.
Down in Filton, obviously the very last flying one. They put down in a hangar. It's not really a museum, so we go in that. We sort of hire out. It has a venue, so we come and do like a Christmas do under the board, which is very cool. Yeah, no one else really cared about it. I was just like, this is amazing, you know? Yeah.
I like your number plate, it's a nice plate that
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Do you reckon we'll see the F-22s again soon?
Oh, I don't know.
Might be another year or two.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we usually see them once a year.
Because there was a rumour some years ago that they were going to come here, wasn't there? The F-22. But that never happened, unfortunately. That would have been nice.
I hate going, alright.
So when's this going to be on YouTube?
Now, it's live.
All live, yeah.
It's live?
Yes, it's live now.
Ah,
Well,
yeah.
watching it, am I?
Yeah. If I wasn't here, I'd be watching it.
Yeah, exactly.
Will it be shown again later?
Yeah, you can just replay it. Yeah, you can just restart it and skip wherever you want it to go.
Because I've got to make tracks to go out.
Yeah, you can catch
I've
up
got
with
quite
the
a
action.
trek and I'm just
Yeah.
I like the one you done at Hull Beach last week. That was a
that
cracker.
was amazing, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
that was brilliant. That was.
right, okay.
I've never seen anything
No,
like that
it's
one.
live ammunition being fired. You don't see that very often, do you?
No, I mean, I've had F-16s do it, I've had F-15s, I've had Typhoons, I've had Apaches,
Yeah.
not Lynx, Wildcats, and Chinooks. But first time I've heard that F-35 cannon, and yeah, it was good.
It's quite a sound, isn't it?
It's very bassy and punchy.
I
very
thought that'd
good.
be a bit louder when they fired it, but it's quite quiet, isn't it?
It's just lovely.
Yeah, yeah. You were the only one there watching as well, weren't you?
I know.
Which is unusual. Usually there's a
Personal.
crowd watching, isn't there?
Personal show, eh?
Yeah, yeah, you were lucky with that one.
Oh, indeed.
A little bit quiet for a Friday today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just how it goes though, isn't it?
Yeah, you get them.
I've been coming here a lot of years and it's all hit and miss really. You've got to go with the flow.
Exactly. Get back on the show. Right, how are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Yeah, it's been a quiet one today for as far as Lakenheath is concerned, but you know how it is. You've got to take the busy days and the quiet days. thanks a lot for getting the channel to 96.6k. What an amazing journey this has been. Really has. Oi, oi. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I'll get Ted on for the next guards marches just now, and hope you've been well, hope you've been good. It's a lovely, lovely sunny day. A little bit punchy on the old wind there. I'm just hoping we don't take off without clearance. Oh dear, it's been amazing. But what a journey. 96.6k. It is looking very, very close to 100k. It really is just out this world. And you may have heard, I'm gonna, thanks to Gaz and Sonny, I will get Ted some sort of special charity patches that we can do them, and we'll start our mission again to get another little personal Ted Coningsby special charity fundraising again, with something that you can take with you, like a patch. And we'll try, you know, the plans, you know, these are plans. You know, it may not work out. I'll do my best to get it to work, and especially with the help and support from Gaz and Sonny, we may be able to pull this off. Alistair Goodwin, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us as well, Alistair, who's a regular and a supporter of the channel. Wee Stevie Boy, how you doing? Thanks for the super. Margot Baxter as well, thank you very much for the super as well. LaserTech02, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Alistair Goodwin, high five. Paw Pump, and a salute for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very, very much. Goofy Goober 892, member for 5 months. Oi oi, I can't wait for old Buck next month. Thank you very much. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for the super chat. Off to New Zealand. Wow, for 3 weeks on Monday. Hopefully we can tune in at some point when we're there. Lots of love to everyone. Going to miss you all. We'll miss you too, Ali. Have a great time. Greg's Fiery, member for 2 months. Oi oi oi. Thank you very much.
You went to an air show near the sea. Put the spray up in the air and it came, you know, spray up.
Thomas, thank you very much. Alistair Goodwin, get in there. G Van Pulliam, Alistair Goodwin, me Stevie Boy, Airborne Womble. How you doing, man? Airborne Womble, good to see you on air, job. Dieter, how you doing?
Come back at some point.
Well, I know that, but roasting it.
Yeah.
I don't realise that. Roasting it.
I got a nice spot. Yeah. I parked up there on that tree. That's nice and cool over there. Sitting on the chairs.
No one likes to show off.
Well, I always go for shade. It's nice to have a bit of shade, isn't it? Having through sun as well.
Well, it wasn't expected. They drove up there.
Yeah, they forecast a bit of a scorcher today, didn't they? Sort of over 28 today, or so. Because quite often this is the hottest part of the country around here. You see it on the news like Lakenheath or Sandown. That always comes up as the hottest, and in the winter that will come up as the coldest. Yeah, it's a bit weird, a bit of a strange weather situation. Yeah, which is a nice thing, really, isn't it? You know, in some ways, when the weather's like this, it's nice. Not so good in the winter when there's a wind.
Aye, so that one I'd do. Much
Sorry? Well, the magic league was there. You've got no information, obviously.
No, there'll be a while yet.
Usually at a couple of hours, aren't they?
Yeah.
Best part of. Yeah.
Has there many gone out?
About 6, weren't they?
Yeah.
Any before that?
4.
15.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a quieter one today.
I was watching you.
Yeah. How we doing there?
Quite early on as well today, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been quiet all day. Yeah.
The chair at the back. Should be working on it.
How we all doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? So yep, one more show tomorrow. And that will complete our week. Let's have a look at the weather for the rest of the week. The weekend, a little bit hit and miss with the weather over the weekend, isn't it? Here in the UK, that is.
Now you can see why I moved out of it. I still work in Bristol, so it's still a nightmare.
It's not too bad. In the morning seems
I went down there some
a bit iffy tomorrow.
for a weekend. My uncle used to live down there near Eastville, near the old football ground, the Bristol Rovers Stadium. Yeah, he used to live around that area.
Don't talk to me about bloody Rovers.
You're not a Bristol Rover or a Bristol City?
I'm a Bristol City.
Oh, yeah. I'm an Ipswich town supporter. We've had a bad season, but we had 2 good ones. You take that really. We have been supporting them since the 70s, you know. So 22 years out, and we should have got back in the championship. But we just left the mountains tonight.
Jakey H2000 going to Norwegian Fjords cruise tomorrow. Nice, for a week. Still be enjoying the live streams if I get a chance. Oh, lovely. Nice. Well, I hope you have a great time.
Bristol City done well to even get into playoffs, really. That's something to do that. Yeah, they did, yeah. Bristol Rovers. I must have mentioned Bristol Rovers as a sick man. Roberts. Do you go to the games? Yeah. Got a season ticket or just... Trouble is, we get a season ticket, might be the odd occasion you can't go, you know, and you think, well, I'm losing out, but they'll pay for the season ticket, and there's certain times that you can't go for one reason. Really? It's great when you can do that. Who owns a club at the moment? It's in France. No, it's locally owned. mentioned that nowadays, you'd probably get in an argument because they're die-hard to their clubs up there, aren't they? I know most supporters are, but that's a religion up there in the North East, isn't it? That'd be good next year. They're both in the Premiership, aren't they? Well, I'm amazed Sunderland even went up, you know, honestly. You know, it's amazing what they managed to pull it off. I watched the game and final 20 minutes of the game. So many games, he comes across as a nice guy now. Whenever I see him on TV being interviewed, he always speaks very intelligently and comes across very well. Just frustrating. Yeah, I suppose certain players do that. Those players, yeah, I don't go. I watch a lot on Sky nowadays. I did get one game last season, but I don't go much. Not only that, the cost of it, you know, expensive now, isn't it, to go to a game now? You're looking at £40 upwards, and in certain places, grounds, clubs, you can't even get a ticket. Premiership grounds are sold out. Season ticket holders, and you're very fortunate if you can even get a ticket. Oh yeah, I remember Malcolm.
See you later, man. Bye.
He's got a good number plate as well, F-22.
Yeah.
Must be captain.
See ya. Nice.
Some noisy sods about, aren't they?
Love it, love it, love it.
Sods about. Yeah.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. What we'll do while we're waiting, without zooming in too much to my face, is we'll try and we'll do a little bit of a Q&A while we wait for them. They're still out for quite a bit at the moment. Clearly they've done a bit of air-to-air refuel, and they could be out for about 3 hours. But there you go, that's it, that's the waiting game. We will wait for them to come back, and hopefully we'll get some low approaches. So we'll do a little bit of a Q&A. Let me get Ted as well.
Yeah, go somewhere in the shade. Nice little spot in the shade.
How we're doing, let's have a little look. So if you've got any questions about the aircraft or anything like that, about the base, any history, let me know. We'll do our best. We Stevie Boys just seen the, yeah, it is F100D Super Sabre that's the gate guardian on there. You'll see it as you go past gate 1. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, tomorrow we are at Ted's home tomorrow. So for our last stream of the week. What else? If you've got any questions, let one know. Or Ted. Ted's looking at me going, what about me? Do you want any questions for Ted as well? Let him know. When was the base first found? Mitch Jess. Well, it opened in 1940, if that's any help. Nikos, if you had to pick a colour for a fighter jet, what would it be? Ooh. Pick a colour to have as a fighter jet. Good question. Very good question. I mean, camo's always good though, isn't it? You do love a bit of camo. I love the... I'm a big fan of the Vulcan Falkland Islands black buck camo. I like that one. Alistair Goodwin, why does Ted wear his cap on the right? Because they have to have the cap badge over the left eye. Because mine doesn't follow regulations, mine's on the other side. That's a good question there, Alistair. Andrew, see if you can design a decal for a plane. What would you design? The tail fin. The tail will definitely have our badge on there. I think that'll look really good. Scorcher, what's the loudest aircraft you've experienced? Oh, good question. I'll tell you what, the loudest where I've been struggling was inside the Lancaster. That was really loud right by the engine, so I'm going to give it the Lancaster. John and Jade, what was your first flight, Ted? First flight? If you want to know Ted's flight log, it is on our website, tedconingsby.co.uk. Ted's first flight was on the 28th of May 2021. It was a maiden flight for Blackjack, the Typhoon with the Union flag livery all over it, ZJ914. We do miss sorely. And Ted flew on the very first flight, the maiden flight. Great questions coming up there. That was from John and Jade. Richard G. Haha, listen to this. Let's have a look. Richard G. Does Lakenheath have the best vibes of all airfields that you visit? And it seems that the other spotter off camera engage with you most frequently. Well, yeah, maybe. I think they've all got a good buzz about them. They've all got a good buzz, I'd say. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. They've all got their buzzes, haven't they? I mean, we're lucky it's got a viewing area. You are right. I think it's just where I'm located. It's right in the thick of it, isn't it? So I think that might be why. Let's have a look there. Blocks. Oh, that's quite a deep one, that, Chris Bloxham. If you could relive one day without changing anything, what day would that be? Ooh, it's a very, very, very good question. Ooh, I don't know if I can answer that because I don't know. It needs a bit of thinking, doesn't it, Ted? If I could relive one day. Very good question, that. Very good. Cool. That might need a bit of thinking there. Leave that with me. So Mark Garwood, what makes the spirals when a Typhoon lands? Well, lots of aircraft make those swirly durlies. That's the smoke, the friction and the rubber burning off the tyres, and creates like a vortex because it's disturbing the airflow as friction, so it's got nowhere to go, and because of the shape of the aircraft, it creates a swirly durly, creates a vortex. So I'll tell you what, here's one thing to give you an idea. So the plane's coming to land, you notice it makes those swirls when it comes into land. That's the same vortex and the same effect that a Red Arrow's air brake opens, and it creates a vortex for a bigger plume of smoke. So it makes it, because if you look at the smoke, there's a lot of swirly durlies, right, if you imagine that. Whereas here you've got just the impact from the two tyres, so they make a swirl. You're kind of seeing aerodynamics at work. You're kind of seeing the airflow and how aerodynamic works with that. So that's what causes it. It's the disruption of air, like a vortex, like a turbulence, so to speak, on the impact. So you're actually witnessing aero braking in a way, but seeing it through the smoke. Let's have a look. I'll tell you what, Chris. I've got one for you. So to answer your question, I'm going to kind of modify it. I would love to have gone back to the first time when Blackjack was flying, all right, with Sainty, but doing this, that will probably be, I know it's not quite your answer, but I would love to relive what I'm doing now, but have started it when Sainty was flying, because I really missed out on that in that respect. So it's not quite the answer, but it's kind of it's kind of giving you an answer, but kind of modifying it, if that makes sense. I wish I was doing this basically when Sainty was flying and then relive it that way. So I'd love to relive those moments, but doing this. Question, Captain A. Which do you prefer livery on, Blackjack or Moggy? Well, I'll tell you what, because Blackjack plays a major part of our channel, and it really started the channel, it's going to have to be Blackjack. Mitch Jess, Coningsby or Lakenheath? The answer for that is both. Every airfield. Don't really have a favourite, because that's why we mix it up. That's why we mix things up a bit, because they all offer different things. You just never know what you're going to expect. See, I love Mildenhall, I love Bryce Norton. I love the variety of what's going to happen. I love the not knowing. It's good. B-52's in camo from Laser Tech, nice. Darren Hobson, if you had the chance, would you go on a quick climb in an F-15? Absolutely. Margot, where would you locate Ted's museum? Oh, it'll have to be in Lincolnshire. It'll have to be Bomber County in Ted's County. Ali Leyland, being in the Lancaster for my taxi run was very loud, but amazing. I'll do it again. Yeah, absolutely. It is loud, isn't it? Depends where you sat, but man, I was sat by the wing. It was loud. Foundation, we've answered that one. Perez, Matman Bush, chuckin' or pizza? You're asking the wrong person. For me, pizza, but I'm sure Reggie's going to have to be chuckin'. Roger Anthony Lowe, hey Nikos, does Ted have any flights planned for this year? Yes, we've got about 2 planned. We'll keep you posted. What is your favourite part of a Red Arrows display? From Mark Garwood. Do you know what? It's going to sound maybe a bit strange. I love the synchro pair. I love the synchro pair. I love it. I love the synchro pair. JKH 2000, what is your favourite military aircraft, past and present? So for Ted, it's going to have to be the Typhoon, and that's all he's known, past and present, I think. Bless him. But yeah, Ted's is the Typhoon. Mine was the Tornado when I was a kid. That was did you say past and past and present? For those that know that I love the P-47, but I do love all aircraft. There are a few that are secretly, I do have a little secret obsession with, like the Horton 229, but P-47 would be my World War II aircraft. Ted, what are you going for, mate? Spitfire. Ted's probably going with Spitfire, I think. And what's that, Ted? B-17. Okay, Ted likes the B-17. There you go. The Ted has spoken. Ah, dear. Dr. Soda, that's a tongue twister. How much chuckin' could a Reggie chuckin' chuck if a Reggie chuckin' could chuckin'? I think the answer to that, Dr. Soda, is he could chuckin' when he chucks a chuckin', when he's chuckin' a chuckin'. That one. Alistair Goodwin, very technical question here. What is the fastest aircraft on the planet? Oh gosh, that's a good question. It's a very good question. Well, I can only think of the SR-71. That's about it. I don't know about now what they've got at the moment. I don't know if it's any faster, if they got anything faster than that, but I guess rockets would be probably the fastest sort of vehicle on the planet, wouldn't it? It's a good point. I mean, the F-15's go Mach 2.5. That's very good. Aspen, good question. What is the most photogenic aircraft that you've ever shot on video, taken a picture of? Oh, that is a good question, isn't it? The most photogenic. That's a very good question. Very good question, that I've ever... do you know what? This is... there's a few that I just love to catch. There's a few bits of light that I like to catch the Lancaster on. And then, yeah, the Lancaster, I do love the Lancaster, to be honest. It's quite photogenic. It looks good, flies good, doesn't it? I do like catching that. Just it's the top that I'm waiting for. Yeah, I do like the F-15. That's quite. I mean, you got the Typhoon. That's pretty, isn't it? Pretty little plane there now. So yeah, it's a good question. I'm just trying to think the most photogenic. Very good. And then you got the Spitfire, which is quite photogenic as well. I mean, that's a good aircraft photo. Leave that with me. That's a good one. I like that. That is a very good question. Daniel G. No, I haven't. I don't think I have. Dieter Gikeri. Am I right to call the Tornado the best shape? Mission Sound Corporations and other countries for assemble the best jet, GR1, GR4, ADV version. Yeah, I mean, there were plenty of versions of the Tornado, you know, loads of versions. I mean, as a kid, I think I liked them all. I just liked the shape. I know they were slightly different. The F3 is a bit longer, isn't it, than the GR4. GR4's a little bit more compact, look very menacing. But I did like the ADV as well, air defense version. I just loved the Tornado. I wanted to be a pilot, a Tornado pilot when I was a kid, but there we go. What was Ted's favourite display at Cosford? Margot, Ted's favourite was Reheat. Prestwick, maybe. Not from Lossy. We're not planning that from Prestwick, I'm afraid. Troop in the colour tomorrow, we've answered that. Alistair Goodwin, B-17. Ted, yeah, we do like the B-17. Oh, Ted would definitely like a flight in the P-47 Thunderbolt. Nothing faster than a starving Reggie on his way to KFC. Love it, love it. Well, I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. I'm just gonna go and grab a quick drink while I can, if that's cool. But they were great. Thank you very much for them. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just gonna grab some water.
No, like patches and stuff like that. The original Estes. He's got loads. It's in German Air Force. He's got a folder, really cool patches. I was having a look at your website earlier.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
You got some like cool like glasses and stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Do you do like international shipping or?
Yes, the small things like tactical points, the problem is for only 2 years.
No, it's cool. Really, really cool.
All of cool stories of
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and grab a quick cup of tea, ladies and gents. I'll be right back.
Very soon. Yeah, we're expecting other numbers from in Germany as well. So, yeah, tomorrow. Yes. And then we have another 2 or 3 weeks with windy wet weather.
We'll know if it's too hot and we'll know if it's too cold. Yeah, it is, yeah.
I like 20.
Yes.
5 degrees.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
best.
Yeah. With the cold drink.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it. But it's just hot.
We are not made for that.
No, definitely not. I'm so
Only
not made
the
for it.
African people are made for that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or I'll be made for it if I'm next to a pool.
Yeah.
You know, then I can live with it.
But the coolest thing when it's daily and so hot, you can sit outside and drink, maybe 9 or 10 p.m. You can sit on the balcony in the garden. Yeah.
Yeah, he's bringing out the cold beers.
Hi Ted.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh yeah, we're back.
How's it going?
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
Good.
Yeah, we at the F-35 started. We are standing on the other side
Nice.
at the last chapter.
Nice one.
Yeah, we were really loud.
Good.
Yeah.
That's why you want the air side like that.
Oh, the wind has blown off your total.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering what that was. Yeah, that's
hot,
right.
huh?
I heard something. I was like, well, it didn't make a loud bang, so it's not too bad. It wasn't the camera, so that's
Yeah.
all right.
So the guys inside say they should be home within a few minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not into it at all.
And then there is no.
Yeah, that's it.
Crazy. No.
It's quite a cool thing, I suppose. Yeah. But it's just not for me.
A lot of planes have deployed, so it was not so much flight activity as normal. Paddles have gone.
But earlier,
We love it anyway. No, it's slow. We get 1 or 2.
more or less.
It is.
Love it.
Survived. I get to that stage, but
The routers are on hold. They can deploy every day.
it's just like slow down.
Manchester and Mercury is high in Finland. Let them try it.
Yeah.
Exercise.
Make sure it was just like 5 minutes away. See it. So I guess like half an hour away from here. Yes.
We have seen some minutes ago. You have
No,
answered
so
a lot of questions. Are these questions in the comment on YouTube already?
Yes. Yes, so
Okay.
So
So you have them on your phone and
yes,
you
so
can.
there's the chat.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You have that.
There's the chat. They ask questions.
I was hoping for some more noise today, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah, I like doing the Q&A. It's good fun.
It is.
Yeah, it's good fun.
You got me to blame for that, so I can apologise. It's my luck.
You need
so.
to know a lot. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. People expect that.
Yeah. But
From the
it's
process.
fine. I just, they know I'm learning still. Anyway.
Yeah.
A little bit. I'm not shy of saying I'm wrong either, so I'll say actually I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Saying something wrong about the F-15. It was an old engine stats that I had. It was the Compressors one. Not that anyone cared, but it's different now.
That'd be quite cool to see that.
It's more, it's like 36. But it's because it was the old F-100. It was 220.
Yeah,
I've seen it on
But
street.
yeah,
Yeah.
229. Yeah.
The new one.
It's
Yeah.
big. It's
Yeah.
compressors are really bigger, so
Yeah.
that's why I've just read the wrong engine.
Okay.
Still an F100.
Oh, well.
But just
Yeah.
you know, I didn't say Strike Eagle. I said F-15, so I could get away with it.
The French are old, but the engines are newer.
Yeah,
on these-
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Well,
229.
And the Air Force have a lot of 15s in the States with the old engines.
Yeah, 220.
Maybe they get new or they go to Emma. Yeah.
Yeah, because that worked for Ukraine, didn't it? You know what I mean? They handed over.
When they have landed, we are going to Stansted.
Yeah, I'm finishing as well.
12 years later, look, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were with this.
yeah. That's saying something.
Oh, okay.
3 hours later. Hey, how you doing? You alright? Good. I do, yeah. After the show, are you here for a bit? I'm shooting off. Yeah, after the show, I'll bring it all down. I reckon about 20 minutes.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, if not, worst case, half an hour.
Yeah, no,
It's,
Till I got
3
there.
o'clock.
You have your own patches?
Yeah, I got merchandise and things.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's
yeah,
cool.
but I'll bring it out in a bit.
No idea at all.
The shops, my partner helps out with the shop.
What, they hit the nuclear sites?
Sorry,
Really?
it's good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain. So,
Well,
t-shirts for the
can you show?
Yeah.
I'll do it after because it's on that side.
Oh, okay, no.
They were only
And then, yeah, I'll do it after.
I would love to make a patch for you.
Yeah, cool.
I'm a supplier.
Oh, I know. That sounds cool. Well, I'll
Oh,
see,
you-
because I've just been speaking about doing a charity one to
Yeah.
fly through the Mac loop. So we're just talking about that now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, keep it. I've got your card, so
Yeah.
keep in touch on that one. And we'll see what we can do. Right, I'll be right back. Okay, just do an update. Yeah, I'll get there's a few people that want a few bits and pieces, map patches and stuff, so I'll bring it out in a bit. All right. Stuart Skeggs. Wow, looks like we got a new fighter squadron member.
It's mad, huh? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stuart Skeggs. Thanks a lot for becoming a fighter squadron member.
With someone like Turin in charge. I mean, him being pals with Iran, North Korea, it's like, you know, all he needs to do is just give him one of theirs, you know.
Guards March. High five, Guards March to Stuart Skeggs. Thanks a lot for joining our fighter squadron.
Basically called it a terrorist.
That is brilliant. Thank you very much. And at the end of the show, we'll put a little advert on if you're interested in becoming a Ted Coningsby member.
It was quite funny to see. Just really just make, if you're gonna make it that shape, just really make room for it to go that way. Oh well, their loss. I think it was quite substantial damage on it. What's that? Yeah. You can imagine his face. I'm working overtime, I think. Quite envious right now. Raining. Right now it sounds beautiful, but come midnight I'll be complaining like, oh god damn it. So is it going to be raining all tomorrow now?
Yeah, fine. No, it's fine. I'm just preparing something for later.
You know where that Thunderbird?
Yeah.
when the first build job, it wasn't the arm that's the one that put the radial engine in the foot, so 2 radial engines, and it become devastating.
Yeah, so I think that was the A. Did an A variant, and then the B, and then the I think the B and the C's had a different engine, and then the D was, yeah, nice. Oh no, these are the models that I talked about. I have the D47 now. Yeah. Well, this one. Oh yeah, so that's the Thunder.
Oh yeah. That's big massive propellers.
Yeah, so I think it was a Curtis propeller on those. This was this was the Razorback. So yeah.
Smithsonian channels.
That's my business.
Oh right, cool.
This is my business.
Oh wow.
Now with my mask, you can check my website.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, English flag. That's the original badge.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really good. Amazing.
Yeah. I love that. I have a mad draw
I've got at home. I got my ones that don't come near these models.
Yeah.
I've got.
You sell that or
No, these are the
to
ones
show
I
up?
talk about.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I've got. A lot of Germinators as well. Look at this. Salamander, 262.
It's beyond glass, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
I've got some very rare stuff here. That's some of my collection.
Yeah, cool.
163 in the egg, yeah. Hundreds, literally. And these are like, they don't come out here. They stay home. These ones.
Yeah.
These are original.
Oh, yeah.
These are original. World War II.
Really?
Yeah. These are original, yeah. Actually,
These are really
is this for me?
rare.
Is this for me?
Yeah,
Oh,
of
thank
course,
you.
Of course it is.
We can talk about on the show. Yeah, World War II, and I think we still a Cold War from like the 60s.
But these are also the original ones.
Yes, these are original.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, so I
These
talk
are
about,
highly collectible.
yeah, so I talk about, each roll.
Yeah. Hard to find this, yeah.
From the F-111.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, but obviously, just so I can talk about stuff on the show, it's good to talk about, show people stuff. In the front. It should be back by now.
Yeah.
And then I can finish up and I'll show you all the research. But I don't have everything.
I say goodbye because I'm...
Okay, let me, one sec. Let me just put that here.
You'll know, right, I've made this
It's right now.
Whereas these paintings,
Horror, fighter station.
yeah.
Caps as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. You got a mask up.
yeah, of course,
Yeah,
you got
cool.
to have Ted.
this is that kind of that kind
We do like key rings, sweep sound up there. So, so that's for one each for you two. Because you gave me some patches,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's only right for me to do the
thank
same.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's our
that.
regular patch. That's
that's nice.
That was our first one.
Oh, cool.
So it means a lot, that one.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a cool one.
Well, glad to meet you in
You
person.
too, man. What's your name?
Right now.
Rhino. Nice to meet you.
We've texted about Messenger. I've asked you last week if you were around this
Right,
week.
okay.
Yeah?
Right,
So,
it may not be me that messages you, see, it might be my partner.
Okay. Okay.
So sometimes I don't get to see it.
Yeah,
but,
okay. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
You too, Rhino. Thank you,
Take
man.
care, buddy.
Take care, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
check the batteries.
Wouldn't have known. Yeah, that's exactly how it should be. You know, you leave it.
Well, I remembered now.
It was when you arrived.
Trust me, I'm just trying to hide it. You right, buddy? Yeah.
Very, very warm. Yeah, when you go down Western, if you're looking for a decent Italian,
Yeah.
place called Otium. Right, I only know that because I went there on the weekend. Right, Otium. Right, you probably forget it if you're going in October.
Whereabouts is it?
It's literally, so that's the seafront,
Mm-hmm.
and it's there. So there's the pier. There's about 2 roads in. Where the Premier Inn is, right?
Yeah.
You can't miss it because it's where like single room or
Yeah, I know where.
Right?
I know where.
Bang,
Yeah, was it good?
Yeah, really good. Mate.
I mean, did you used to go to Western anyway on nights out and stuff, or?
No, it was a weekender. On the last weekend, it was a hard trance sort of event, and yeah, so it was a bit of a mad one, but really, really good. So we had some food down there. But yeah, and if you're going into Bristol on maybe night out on Gloucester Road, nearish Bilton, but get a taxi. Blue Lagoon, right? Just because that's like the start of the pub crawl.
Oh, right.
A couple of bars along there, mate. I love it.
It's good, is it?
Yeah, if you can remember.
Yeah, I'll
Blue
try
Lagoon.
to remember them.
Yeah, and you know, if you enjoy your cocktails, mate.
Oh, lovely.
You'll love
Bless
it.
you. It's all about the cider, isn't it?
That true.
There is that.
If you want that, it's King Street.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness me, alright there now. Name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. Goodness me there now. Scorcher one today, innit? Hope you enjoying these pretty little planes.
Are you there?
Alright there, Jens, how you doing round there now? Oh, I've just been speaking to some of your fellow colleagues over there.
That's Rain and his friend from 71 Richthofen. There they are, they're on their way back to Germany. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, I'm alright there now, just finishing up for the day, really.
Yes, now, you see, no matter how far away, you always get a salute from my German colleagues.
Alright there now, where are they from there now?
They're from number 71 Richthofen. They're good, yeah. They work on the Eurofighter.
Alright there, well, like the same as Coningsby there now.
Yes, that's correct.
seat will be full. This could be a startup, but they were just warming up the engines.
What are those pretty little planes warming them up, innit? What are they only warming up out here now? Goodness me. There'll be roast F-15 there now.
That's very good. You know your aircraft.
Yeah, pretty little plane in it there now.
Yes, yeah. So you're coming to watch the football tomorrow?
Well, I'm going to have to work tomorrow, mate. Yeah, I'm off to Coningsby there now. I've got to go and do me checks at Coningsby there now.
Ah, I see. Well, me, I'm going back on my personal plane, and I'm going to fly and watch the football.
Oh, sounds good there now. Football and KFC and lots of gravy.
I must treat you to some German cuisine. It's very good.
Oh, do you have chickens out there?
Yes, of course we have chickens, but we specialize in other things. Lots of meats.
Meat. Oh, that smells good.
I haven't cooked it.
I know there now. It's just me brain. Me brain when I think, I can smell the thing. You know what I mean there now?
That's very good. Well, listen, I wish you good luck for tomorrow. And, yes, I'll be the same. Goodbye, Bundesliga.
He loves his football, doesn't he? Mind you, I love me chucking there now. Just doing me perimeter checks while I finish off. Right, I'm off to Coningsby. My name's RAF Reggie Ted. Behave yourself there now.
How you doing? Cool. Blimey, peas in a pot, current bun out. Goodness me. Hey, how you doing? My name's Ground Crew Jew. Hope you're all good and hope you're all well. What's been going on? Hope you're all good. Just been working with the ground crew. And we're just finishing up for today. Just waiting for these last aircraft to come back. And then that's me done. But then it's not finished yet. Got to go back to Coningsby and sort out the typhoons ready for tomorrow's fly past, innit? Oh, hello. You alright, Moss? How you doing? You've lost Wingy. Wingy! Where's Wingy? Don't know. Well, listen. Follow me. We'll go and sort you out. All right. Has anyone lost the hollow log? No, hang on. An Inspector Morse. That's the one. Getting me Inspector Morse and hollow logs mixed up. See, this is what we call a Inspector Morse horse. You don't want to say pony because that's a number where I'm from anyway. Imagine the confusion there. Hello mate, lost me pony. They'll be giving you 25 quid. Do you know what I mean? Okay, alright. Well, anyway, my name's Ground Crew Jew. How are we all doing? Just waiting for the F-35s. Hope you're all good. Nice and sunny. All is good. Right, I better go and take this Inspector Morse to the lost and found. Excuse me, have you lost an horse? No? Okay.
Yeah. Getting our hopes up. Someone's tables with the top. Alright. But I can't see anything going on right now. Ah, right. Yeah. I reckon there's a lot quieter because some of them going out to that exercise over in Finland. Maybe. Just like that. That might be it then. That'll probably be it. ADSB, here we go. ADSB shape. Literally got everything. Alpha. Alpha Delta Sierra. Mike Bravo. ADSB. It's just a website. Yeah. Here, if there's any military. So everything usually will show up on here, so you'll get more than everything on it. You still get your civilian. Yeah, no idea where they've gone. But there's nothing right there yet. Yeah, you do what? Oh yeah. I can imagine what comes out.
Hello, post officers, yes, my name's Wingy, yes. Used to be a wing commander, you know, yes. Ah, you there, what are you doing? Hey, right now, I'm Reggie, how you doing? Yes, yeah, what's going on here? Seems a bit quiet. Oh, I think they were just waiting for to come back there. No. Oh, okay, yes, 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 well, what is going on? I've lost me pony. You've lost your pony there. Now what, I heard something over there by those trees. Nah, that's a donkey. Donkey there, no, you got donkeys, you got ponies, and you got horses there, and they all look the same to me. Well, they're not, like Spitfire and Hurricane, they're different. They may look, you know, they may have a propeller and wings, but they're all different, All right, okay, what do you mean, it's like different engine on those horses to a pony there? No, I suppose when they do the Grand National there, you don't really get ponies, do you? What on earth are you talking about? Dear, oh dear. Oh, here comes me mate. Oh, what's your mate called? His name's Reggie. What do you mean you're called Reggie? You can't have two Reggies. What's going on here? He's coming now. Here he is. Hey, all right now? Hey, Reggie, how you doing round here now? What do you mean? You're Reggie? You're Reggie? What's going on here? That's right, we're all Reggie. We're both Reggie. What are you going to do about it? No, you can't pick on him. He's old. What do you mean? Hey! Pull the plug out there, sir. No. Oh dear, no. What's going on here? I think we've. How dare you! My chip bag! You flattened my chip bag! Oh dear. Best thing to do in these situations is just say you were out of town when it happened. I was out of town when it happened, or no? Dear, oh dear, these youngsters. Dear, oh dear. Never mind. One must recover. Right, where's me horse? Gotta find it. Yes, Joanna. Ah, Joanna. Hello, Joanna. Are you okay? What do you mean you're not Joanna? You're my wife, aren't you? Oh dear, must have taken a tumble. Oh dear. Well, so you have to just wait for Joanna there. Ah, yes. Joanna. Ah, Joanna, how are you? You okay, darling? You okay? Joanna, what are you doing? Why have you changed your accent? What do you mean? My name's Casey. Casey?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Casey? I can't see anything. Oh, my name's Casey. What are you doing? Joanna, please, pass me my horse. What in Salmon's name are you talking about, sir? I am not Joanna. My name's Casey. Oh, dear. Marriage life. Oh, dear. Joanna, come on, darling. Let's go. Man, I'm not Joanna. Joanna's over there. When did I marry two Joannas? Joanna, meet Joanna. Joanna, this is Joanna. Oh, darling, do behave. I'm over here. Joanna, what are you doing? Man, I think you're taking a bit of a tumble. Hope you're okay. I'm a little bit confused there. Joanna, pass me my monocle. Ah, Red Ted, how are you? Are you okay there, sir? Let me go and get you some paracetamol. 1 sec. Joanna, he's off to go and get me some tiffin. Yeah. Ah, Joanna, how are you? Oh, goodness me, Joanna. You look lovely. You right there now? How you doing round there? Joanna, what are you doing? My name's not Joanna there now. My name's Reggie there now. Joanna, stop playing. It's time for bowls. You know what they say? Ha ha. Wingy, I think you're taking a bit of a tumble. Casey there now. Yeah, what up? Hurry up with that paracetamol there now. This guy's, you know, he's oh dear. Are you alright there now? Yes, Joanna, let's go, darling. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So we're just waiting for the F-35s to come back. I hope they're coming back. Oh dear, it's been a bit of a long one.
There's nothing arranged, do you know what I mean? Well, yeah, but you've got a whole huge base up in Alaska for that. Yes. Did you see it last year? It's big. Yeah, it looks so much. They got Boeing pilot. To demo it.
It's a bit far on the side there.
I don't know if it's hard or someone ordered some but yeah.
Did you do the artwork yourself on the van, or?
Well, they're my photos apart from the Spitfire.
Yes, yeah. You just had it sprayed, yeah. Is that fairly recent you had it done?
2, 3 years.
Not that recent then. No.
Yes.
It looks nice though, doesn't it? It's sort of, still looks new.
So,
Yeah, it's good.
You know, when I heard that they're going from here,
Doing all right. Where they are. They've been a while now.
You haven't got a bed in the back, have you?
No.
You could probably do one at times, couldn't you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sleep overnight. If you're at Mildenhall, sleep overnight and just pull in here in the next morning. You must clock up some miles over a year.
Needs must.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
That's what it's all
You're
about.
on about 15,000 a year, aren't you, on the backwards and forwards?
Right, let's have a look what we got here now. Thanks a lot, Chris, for that. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. We're just waiting for the F-35s. How are we all doing? And if you are coming here, we are, or have been, in the official viewing area here at Lakenheath. And we're all just sort of hoping for the F-35s to return. It's been quite a bit. It's coming up to the 2-hour mark now. They can be out for up to 3 hours sometimes. Unless they've stopped off somewhere, which could be a long time for us waiting here. So Looking at it that way, it's been about 2 hours since we've been waiting for them.
No, yeah.
Thank you.
You serious? Oh, hottest day of the year. No. Don't tell me that. Got to eat it quick, mate.
Must be a big bottle, yeah.
The what? Monkey's blood, what's that?
Yeah, we get what?
Oh, is that what you call it?
Get hot weather like this, I can trigger on fires, can't I?
Serious?
Okay, here they come. Point Charlie, just a few minutes out.
Oh, thank God. They're coming back. Yeah, I'll give it a tag. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah? Oh, like on a dirt track. Oh, nice. Yeah. Smoke trail, yeah.
Comes up or something. My neighbours.
Yeah.
France and Germany.
They've gone over for it for a plan.
Give it a quiet 30 seconds. Some pitch was washing around the new jacket in the village school.
Right.
Like you live over here. In our backyard. Over these trees. The rivers you can't see. Touch down. Trees on the other side of the pension monument. Have you ever heard of that?
Vaguely.
It looks like a big...
Yeah. Because I had a mate who lived.
Actually, if you went to see it, you should have seen it.
I must have done. Fit a lot in that weekend, in fairness, but covered a lot of miles. Yeah, yeah.
Actually,
No, it was
to be
Seal.
honest, it's a six-leg, not bad. It's just like Sunday.
It's quite heavily though, I think, if it was what I remember.
Was it in the harbour? Because there's 2 beaches further along going towards Seams moved on the farm. Oh, so there's a used to be.
Yeah. see what it was like down there, you know.
What's that one where the whole wall where when the snakes in the ground?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got Richmond, Seabourn, Wilka.
Right, not long now, so there you have requested Point Charlie into downwind.
You'll see that YouTube. That's how you know nothing. You'll see that YouTube. So instead of
So you can both tell the difference. Right.
I'm still a follower. I haven't lived up there since I was 16.
Bloody hell. Really?
There's a ton of them.
Right. Well, yeah, but yeah. But like, if you didn't tell me you were from the Northeast, I would say what part of the Northeast you were from.
I started off with the road and where we do a lot.
Why is YI Geordie but Norway is boat there?
Roads are just straight.
Right, okay.
I think it's a Geordie comes from there. But you see new stuff. And what's the other one that's and the other one where he went for his classes in the
Politician doing lockdown.
Oh, Boston, yeah. Oh, no. There's the one.
Barnard Council. Barnard Council. I must say you got my favorite.
Last drive.
I absolutely love it.
Here we go. Point Charlie. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Right, we've got some high key action now. Aircraft at 10,000 feet doing high key. This could be good. You know it's always good. It's a 48 fighter wing. So this will be simulating a flame out at this height, perhaps high key.
They still do that every day.
Looking here, our last two. Charlie, I think. Nope, high key. 12 o'clock high, dry. Okay, two more. Two of the day. Bit of a later Friday than usual, eh? Oh, this looks good, this looks good. That was awesome. Nice one. And our last one home. Beautiful. And there we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. A great way to end a Friday. And it's not our last show of the week, so we'll be back tomorrow.
I don't know why I got this watch really as much as I think I can afford.
25 pounds break.
Talk to me, look.
Oh, you too, guys. It was lovely, lovely meeting you both. Have a safe drive home on Sunday. Which way? At one point.
Today, Nick.
A long time.
Yeah, how you doing, man? All right.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
The view,
Really?
yeah.
Well, thank you very much to Simon Morse. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March, Geefy Boy as well for Reggie. Big Al, thank you very much for 16 months membership. Oi, oi, everyone. And Paul Norman as well, thank you for your 2 months membership. Only 2 months, but loving every minute. Thank you very much. Nice one. Thank you so much. Right, that's us done. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you had a great time. So there we go. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator today, and we've been joined by our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. So we're just going to finish up now. It's been a long one, so thank you very much 48 Fighter Wing. Thank you for owning those skies, ready to keep air superiority all times. Thank you very much. Nice one. Well, thank you very much everyone for tuning in, and I hope you had a good time. My name's Nikos, being your cameraman and commentator, and it's not our last show of the week. This is squadron leader Ted Coningsby. That's not his last show of the week. So for the last time, just for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. See ya.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it was lovely meeting you both. Yeah, you too. Yeah, you too. Yeah, try not to drain too much in the thunderstorms.
That would be a help, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I told them I had to go to the garage. Someone took 2 or 3 films.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.
Golf India, Bright 31, Good day, well